Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this special meeting of the Board of Education. I think we will start with a roll call to establish a quorum. So I'll ask Mr. Rail to do that for us.
Okay, Member Lopez,
Present.
Member Otto, President Craighead,
Here.
Member Benitez,
Here.
Vice President Miller, and Student Member Nwala. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's see, we have public testimony, or do we have anyone here for public testimony? Okay, so no one here for public testimony, in which case we'll go ahead and get started. I'll kick it off to Dr. Baker.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Glad to be with all of you this morning and to have the pleasure of having school teams with us today. So I'm just going to introduce what we'll be up to for the next couple of hours, and then I'll be handing to my colleague, Dr. Madrigal. So this morning we'll have the pleasure of really thinking about different aspects of our implementation work, specifically connected to the board's goals and guardrails. So you're going to hear Dr. Madrigal give a report from the research office around assessments and some information that we want you to have, as well as to provide some insight as to the way that schools are experiencing from boardroom to classroom in terms of goals and reports that they have access to. And then you'll hear wonderful facilitated conversations with Jordan High School, a team from Jordan High School, a team from Stevens Middle School, and later a team from Lafayette Elementary School. And lastly, we'll hear Dr. Myers-Miller provide an update on the reading difficulties screener implementation that is going into effect this semester. So the goals of the next couple of hours are to increase the board's working knowledge of our team's efforts to ensure focus, support, and also monitoring and accountability for the goals that the board has established. And you'll hear us, the conversation will create an opportunity to hear insights about system development and how all schools are operating with excellence and equity in mind and using their data to really inform their action steps and making progress with all students. We'll have an opportunity to get much closer to the work by listening to school teams, to celebrate their efforts, to learn from them, and to understand their lived experience. First, around Goal 3. And tonight you'll actually be looking at the monitoring report for interim goal 3B. And so this morning is wonderful insight from the Jordan team and from the Stevens team to tell us about their efforts specific to that. So we imagine actually we're dipping into the monitoring report through listening to staff today. And so with that in mind, we're going to think about from boardroom to classroom. And I'm going to turn to Dr. Madrigal to provide the first set of insights.
Good morning, Board President Craighead, board members, Superintendent Dr. Baker, staff, and our LBUSD community. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of help frame and share some of the tools that we've been using to help support sites in, one, understanding the board goals, but two, really making them actionable and looking at our assessments as well to understand why we select assessments and how the assessments support our progress monitoring. So I think it'd be good for us to just take a look back at our history in terms of the use of assessments in LBUSD. There are a variety of ways that we have assessed students and progress monitor our students, starting with, for those of you that recall, the Scantron sheets and bubble sheets that we used to use, down to using our own student information system, which is Synergy, to then moving to a platform which is our Edulastic, which has a new name, Pear Assessment, and that is our current platform that we use to create assessments for primarily grades 3 through 12th grade. So there's been a lot of changes, and we've kept up with also technology and the platforms that we've used in the past couple of years. Now, in terms of assessments, how do we communicate that to our public? We do develop an assessment calendar that is shared with our public, but before we share the calendar, a lot of work goes into thinking about what assessments are the right assessments, how we want to communicate them, and who do we engage in that conversation internally. And it actually starts at work in, I would say right after the winter break, we come together in partnership with the level offices, OCIPD, We speak with the curriculum leaders who develop these assessments and the questions. And we have discussions around, for example, what are we hearing in the system? What are teachers telling us about the assessments and how they're measuring the learning that's happening in the classrooms? We make adjustments also based on the feedback we get. Sometimes we can make a lot of changes, and there are times when we cannot because, for example, certain assessments are tied to board goals. So a lot of conversation takes place within different structures and individuals. And what we end up doing, once we agree on the assessment, we then develop the assessment calendar that is shared with principals, a draft, a version of that. Our goal is always to share that right before they're going to leave for summer break so that they have an idea of what the next year will look like in terms of assessments. Now, we have gone through some changes. In the past, we used to have assessments that were unit assessments that were happening often and throughout the year, different times for different grades. And we've shifted, as you've heard, to a quarter system where we are assessing at the end of the quarter. Now, that's not to say that other types of assessments, such as formative assessment, isn't taking place at schools. But in terms of what we've called out as required assessments, those are occurring at the end of the quarter. Now, something to note that I think is important for our public to know is that when you go onto our website and find the assessment calendar, it is located in a variety of places. On our main webpage, you can find it. You can find it under research and student outcomes. But the neat thing about our assessment calendar for our public is that once they are looking at the assessment online, it is available for parents to view in 9 different languages. And what parents can do is click on the actual name of the assessment. It takes them to the research and student outcomes page. They can change the language and it translates the information, and it gives them an explanation of what is the assessment, what is it measuring. And so that's really important because we often assume that everyone knows what these assessments are, and so we want to make sure that it is accessible, the information, to all our parents, regardless of language, regardless of knowledge around what is given in an educational setting. So that is available. So if the public is curious about our assessments, you can get all the information on our research website. Now, we did develop, we prototyped a new internal assessment calendar this year in response to the feedback that we received from staff. The difference between this internal assessment calendar and the public-facing calendar is slight differences. It's more for progress monitoring internally. So, for example, what you're going to see on this calendar that you will not see on the public-facing calendar is that it's actually indicating when data is available, so it allows staff to understand if we want to have, for example, a data dive at a school site, they are privy to when that data will become available to them. So they don't have to wait for maybe a district-wide data dive. Many schools like to do their own internal data dives prior. Also, another difference in this calendar is we've indicated what assessments are tied to the board goals. So going back to what Dr. Baker shared, from boardroom to classroom, really taking that high level, like these are our board goals, and in the classroom, the assessments that we provide our students or give our students, it's indicating which ones have a direct impact on our board goals and how we're using those to progress monitor. So again, slight differences, different uses of the assessment calendar, but the information in terms of the assessments are all on there. On both assessments, you will also find the required state assessments, which is an important aspect of progress monitoring, because we do, as a district, have to publicly share with our community what assessments are we providing, for example, specific student groups, and during what time of the year. So a lot of good information there. Now that we've talked about assessments, I wanted us to spend a little bit of time sharing some exciting work that we have been, that we embarked on I'd say like a year and a half ago. We started to use a tool, which is Power BI, and Power BI is a business analytic product from Microsoft. And what it does, it creates an an opportunity for our district to look at data using visuals that are clear. The visuals provide like high-level summary, as well as at the site level, you can drill down all the way to the student level. So if I'm a teacher in the classroom, I can actually drill down and look at, for the most part, historical data using Power BI at the classroom level, but then I can also look at department data, which is important when you're collaborating. And I wanted to share a little bit about our Power BI timeline. I won't spend a lot of time on the timeline. That is there more for you to see the work that we've done. We started this work back in May of 2023. It started with a conversation. Our research team really was thinking about how can we display data in a way that is accessible, build data literacy for sites, as well as for district leaders, and what can be a common platform that we utilize across our district, that when we have like quarter data dives, we're all looking at the same data set, we understand how to use the platform. And also, how can site leaders use a platform like Power BI to engage community, perhaps during a school site council meeting or an ELAC meeting. So we thought of all the different ways that we wanted to use this one platform. I'll be honest with you, it was 3 of us ideating, putting things up. I'll share, a staff member always says, let's just throw something on the wall, and that's exactly what we did. We threw something on the wall, and then we slowly started to build and think about what was feasible for our small team to do, and also what would be a tool that can be used by anyone without having to provide too much training. And then the board goals were developed, which changed everything for us. What we started to think about the platform of using it for all data, we then last year during the summer decided, how can we center our board goals? How can we make the board goals accessible to sites and they can see themselves in the board goals? And that actually took us to then developing our Power BI landing pages, which what we did is we developed several apps. So the slide that you're looking at now, that is just a visual of all the apps that are available through Power BI that we've developed. At the district level, district leaders have access to each one of these applications within the Power BI platform. They serve different purposes. If you're looking at district level, you're going to use one of the apps. If you're looking at it from that lens of the site level, for example, I'm a principal, I'm going to have a one-on-one meeting with the teacher, I might use the platform that teachers use so that I'm looking at the same view that my teachers are looking at, and it's not from a district level. It makes a difference in the conversation that you're going to have with the staff. So the example that I wanted to share with you today was a middle school view. So if I'm a district administrator, my view is going to be different, as I mentioned, but if I'm a principal, this would be my view. When I log in using Power BI, I'm going to see 2 icons. I'm going to see my icon that is the middle school database, which gives me access to more of that high-level data, or I can also go through our Student Data Explorer, which the Student Data Explorer is the one that we have been encouraging staff to use because that takes you all the way down to the student level. And what we do with the data is we actually try to encourage staff to think about questions, things that they're curious about, using that inquiry lens. And we created reports that support different areas of our board goals. So some of the reports that are on our landing page are reports about our grades, common assessments, which are those quarter assessments that we've discussed, and also the quarterly board goal monitoring. And so what you see on the slide is a menu of what you can select from. So we're going to hone in today on quarterly grades, just in support of the work we're going to be talking about. And what you see there is our landing page, our home page. When you log in, this is what our staff sees. And each one of those questions is actually a button. And this is encouraging, again, start with the question. What are you curious about? If you want to know what is your ABC rate by department. You click on that button, and now it takes you directly to the data set that supports and answers that question. Now, if you're looking at it from the site level, it's going to show you your site information, which is very powerful because you're no longer trying to just go to a filter, try to figure out the data. We say that these buttons are, or these questions are the at least. These are the at least questions that as a school site you should be asking in support of the board goals and guardrails. Primarily more the board goals, but it really is helping you think through data from a different lens, from a lens of inquiry and curiosity. And it allows for you to also look at, the questions either from an overview lens, or you can look at the questions from a comparison. So there's 2 columns, different types of questions. If you notice at the very bottom of that slide, it's very small, but when you log in, you actually have 2 buttons that are all about the board goals. So in those two little buttons, if I were to click on it, it would take me directly to data that is about the board goals or the interim goals. So something I wanted to also share that we're very proud of, and we've actually used it this year throughout our data dives that we've had with district leaders, and district leaders have taken this back to their sites. We developed a protocol. Our research team really thought through the questions, because it's not just about looking at the data, it's also about engaging teams around questions that are centering our students, questions that have to do with trends and patterns, questions about empathy and impact reflection. So this is where we bring in the qualitative data, or where we're trying to humanize the data and also memorialize it and capture it on a document. So when staff logs into Power BI and they're clicking on the different questions, they also have the ability to create a digital document where they can capture their notes, take their notes, make it into a Google Doc and save it as a team. So we're encouraging staff to actually keep those and go back to them. Identify what are your next steps, and then make adjustments, keep it. But then when we do another data dive, go back to it to see what we identified as next steps. Did it help us with the next round of data analysis? So really thinking through, how do we make things accessible to staff? What are things that we can take care of, that we can support with data analysis? And the questions that we actually developed that are on the note catcher are all grounded in research. So we have received a lot of positive feedback around that. Another homepage that I wanted to share with you, as I shared, it's the grades, and I think this is really supportive of, for example, tonight's discussion with your monitoring report. Staff, when I say staff, primarily school sites and also district leaders, they will use our reports to look at the interim goals. The nice part about Power BI is that we have been able to, and we're very proud of this, we developed individual targets for each school. In the past, it was very hard for schools to see the goals, see their school, but what our team did is that we took 5 years of historical data, and for each individual school, we identified their target, so that schools know that this target is grounded in their historical data. So it's not some lofty goal. You're not trying to guess as a principal, what should my goal be? It's actually grounded in, these are your targets based on what historically your school has been able to show in terms of progress monitoring and growth. And so just a view of one of our reports for you. This is a quarterly monitoring report, and I just wanted to highlight a couple things about the report. You will see that we call out a couple of things on the side. The first part is just your board goal menu. You also have filters, so you can filter by school site. If you want to look at district-wide data, you can also do that. And then you also have progress that you can see by quarter. So if you look at those bars represent a quarter. So that is a really important aspect of the work that we've been doing, because you don't have to wait for lagging indicators such as like SBAC data to see how well did you do. We still look at that data, but when we think about the monitoring of our board goals, we want to make sure that those leading indicators are telling us that we're getting closer to our goal, our end of the year targets. At the very top, number 4 is actually the target that we set. Every quarter there's a target, and many of our schools are able to see how close. Some schools have been able to surpass their quarterly target, and others are very close. So they think about what are the things that the actions or practices that they engaged in during that quarter that could help them think about for the next quarter, get them closer or meet their target. And this is just an example of one of our reports that we use. This report is actually in support of your monitoring report that you will discuss this evening. Now, this is a screenshot, so this is actually defaulting to all, but this particular report is only used to look at site data. So when you look at it, it does look a little different than your monitoring report that you'll review this evening, but again, because it's set at a default. So just wanted to point that out. So a lot of exciting things happening in research in regards to data analysis, tools that we're developing, and really giving an opportunity for staff to try things out, give us feedback, working in partnership with level offices. So I could speak on and on about our tools, but I'm going to pause here for any questions, and also give a shout out to the research team for all the work that they've been doing to develop these tools.
Thank you, Dr. Madrigal. To you and the team. So I think it's a really good overview in terms of both approach and then also how data is both utilized internally but also shared. And I think I've asked versions of this question before, Dr. Madrigal, and it really comes from this. I've been hearing more and more from parents, students, educators, that there's a sense that there are too many assessments in relation to days of instruction. And so there's two kind of buckets of questions that I hear, right? One is there variance between or with a public-facing calendar of assessments and then what actually takes place either by grade level and or the schools? Because I have heard questions around, hey, it says that they were doing assessments on these days and they either did more or the assessments were spread across, depending on grade and teacher. So there's kind of those kinds of questions. Variance among what folks believe are the assessments days or have come to understand versus what's actually going on. And then the second question around, I'll say it this way, the question isn't really asked this way. What's the sweet spot between too many assessments or not enough assessments in relation to days of instruction? That gets us sort of where we want to be in terms of the goals, but then that we have the right tools and the right ways to collect that data. So those are the two questions. One, is there variance around when and how often and which assessments are given? And then the second is, how do we determine whether there are too many or not enough assessments in relation to days of instruction?
Well, thank you for both of those questions. I'll start with the first one. In terms of variance, there isn't a variance in terms of like there is a different assessment or we're adding additional assessments. The assessments are the same on both calendars. What might be different is, and what you might see in terms of differences across our district, is we give them a window. I'll give you an example. iReady, we give them 3 weeks. And one of the reasons we set 3 weeks is that we want to give sites the opportunity to have decision making in terms of like when is the best time. So a good example is iReady, the window starts like August 27th. We know that I don't know of any school that's going to start on the first day, especially with our younger students. But we give them 3 weeks so that they can determine as a site when is the best time to administer, because there are different things happening at different sites. So we want to be mindful and respectful of every single site. However, with that being said, we also recognize that sometimes giving 3 weeks can create other challenges where maybe a decision is made that that test will be spread out in 3 weeks. That test is not intended to be spread out in 3 weeks. It actually it's a 45-minute test. it probably takes students longer than 45 minutes, but it is designed to be 45 minutes. So for next year, what we're doing, and this kind of flows into the second question, in partnership with our level offices, as well as curriculum leaders, we are talking about what is the type of assessment we should be given to students, and how does it support the progress monitoring of students, and more importantly, those windows. When we're defining the windows, do we need to maybe move from 3 to 2? So we are in that process, or I would say we are currently discussing and making those adjustments, because we understand that it can be a lot of assessments, right? And then there are those assessments that we just have to give because they're required, right? As a LEA, we are required to give SBAC. We are required to monitor the progress of our English learners. So with all that being said, all of that is taken into consideration, and we hope that for next year, our staff and community can see a difference in terms of how we're spreading out the assessments and what we're identifying as our common assessments that are required.
If I can add one piece to that, thank you very much, Dr. Madrigal. We are always asking ourselves, what is the fewest number of assessments that we can have our students take that will give us the information we need to be actionable? Part of what we're going to be engaged in with you all over the next couple of months, and we're starting with our implementation, SOFG implementation team soon, is do we need to pare down some of our interim goals, or goals ultimately, but interim goals? Because if we were to pare down an interim goal, then we might not have to administer an assessment that we're currently administering. So right now, all of our assessments that we're administering are directly aligned to the interim goals that we've set. So to take out an assessment from that students have to take would actually hinder our ability to measure our progress towards those interim goals. So they are tied together, but we're regularly asking ourselves, what's the fewest number of assessments that we can have our students take that will give us actionable data? And it's somewhat of an art and a science together. We don't want to over-assess, but again, if we have too few assessments, then we don't actually know if we're making the progress that we want to try to make.
And it's also that, Brian, so since you sort of shared, I don't remember if it was last board meeting or the meeting before, part of what was shared on the data was a good concrete reminder that there were less days of instruction this time when that data was collected. So it's things like that, right? Like if we're doing assessments earlier, then it's hard to get a sense of, okay, then we really can't compare this assessment from this quarter to last year's assessment. But then as a part of that too, and you hit it, Brian, I don't have a sense of whether 20% of the days of assessment relative to instruction is the sweet spot, or 10 or 15, or maybe it's not across the board that it's that percentage. It varies by grade level. So I guess that's where I'm coming from. What are the considerations for knowing both what you shared, but from my perspective, if I'm a parent and we're spending half of all the days of the school years on assessment, I don't think anyone would say that's right in the sweet spot, right, of what we want to be. So just coming from that as well, Brian.
Yeah, and just along those lines, I think it would be important to see, I don't know if you have already, but to analyze the time that teachers are spending in the classroom conducting assessments versus the instructional time they have with their students, because in that process, not having enough time to work with students can impact that data. Right, so then teachers are saying, well, when do I have time to actually teach my students so that all my hard work is also reflected in that data?
Yeah, definitely. And so these are all questions we ask ourselves. We work with our teacher council to try to find what is that right amount. So it's definitely a conversation we'll continue with. We probably should move on just so that we can make sure we get through the rest of our board workshop this morning, but appreciate the questions. And thank you, Dr. Madrigal. I know you have time with your team right now, so you're welcome to head off that way. And we will move into the next part of our morning. Real excited. Thank you very much, Dr. Madrigal. We're real excited that we've got some folks here that Mr. Samuels will introduce from Jordan and Stevens. This really is an opportunity, as Dr. Baker said, to kind of preview and get ahead of the monitoring report conversation this evening. Much of what you're going to hear for the next 45 minutes or so is directly, in fact, all of it is directly linked to the conversation this evening related to Board Goal 3 and specifically Interim Goal 3B. A couple of just things before Mr. Samuels introduces the team I really want you to be listening for. One is work that we're doing in our 9th grade through Breakthrough Success Communities, real intentional work, research-based work that we're doing to support our 9th graders as they engage in high school or they enter high school. I want you to hear about all the great professional development that we're doing with specifically around algebra and how we're supporting algebra teachers in both middle and high school to be providing the best instructional support to students. The equitable grading practices that we've been implementing now for a couple of years. Hopefully we'll get some good information from our teachers. How's that landing for them? And then ultimately some of the support roles that we have at our schools, like the instruction intervention coordinator and other supports. How are those resources that we're all investing, how are those showing up in school in support of student achievement? So with that, I will hand it off to Mr. Samuels, and we're going to engage with our team.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I am privileged and honored to introduce some teams from Jordan High School and Stevens Middle School. We have with us from Jordan High School, Kelsey Fehlhaber, one of the assistant principals there. Along with her is Stephanie Perez, who's a special education teacher and our Breakthrough Success Community lead teacher. And Stevens High School, we have with us Isabella Domingo, who is an algebra teacher at Stevens, and Tiffany Wild, who is our instruction and intervention coordinator. And the reason why we brought representatives from these two schools here today is because, as you saw in Dr. Madrigal's presentation, looking through Power BI, analyzing it as we often do, there was some data that was really standing out that got our attention. One, when you look at our middle school level and look at our algebra data at the middle school level, when we looked at our quarterly assessments at the end of the first quarter, the algebra students at Stevens, 91% of them met or exceeded on the common assessment, which was the highest among our middle schools, tied with Keller and Marshall. That, I will tell you, got our attention. And also on that quarter one assessment, 89% of our Black African American students also met or exceeded. And so, at that particular point in time, we just said, let's just see what happens for second quarter. And second quarter, we looked at the data, and there was 89% of Stevens algebra students who met or exceeded, which was the highest in our district across all of our middle schools, and across high schools as well, but across all of our middle schools, and 78% of them met, 78% of our African American students also met or exceeded as well on that one. And so we meaning myself and my secondary principal supervisors, made a special visit to Stevens so that we can go and see what was actually happening. And so we had the pleasure of visiting Ms. Domingo's classroom, along with another teacher as well, and then sitting down with Ms. Weil and Mr. Kabakungan and just talking about what is it that's going on over here for you to have those results. And so obviously we bring them here because of that. And then also with Jordan High School, having the opportunity to supervise Jordan and go to their collaborative data study, Jordan during their collaborative data study shared their ABC rates. And at high school, ABC rates are very essential. We pay very close attention to their ABC rates. And so Jordan, when they were looking at their ABC rates and looking at their algebra data, in particular for 9th grade algebra, and they experienced a 9% increase in their ABC rates from semester 1 this year compared to semester 1 last year, which is significant when you look at ABC rates, particularly at our high schools. What was even more fascinating was that they also shared the ABC rates for their African American students from last year, semester 1, and this year, semester 1, and there was an increase of 36%, which really got our attention. So immediately after that, we had a conversation, and we do believe that there are several things that they're doing at Jordan that's contributing to increases in their data. And we do believe that among many of those things that they're working on, one factor we do believe is the breakthrough success community. And so we're going to start with that question, and we'll jump right on in. And how have the structures from the breakthrough success community impacted adult engagement related to ninth grade student success?
We are so excited to be here, by the way. I love BTSC, and we've done it for probably about like 3 years, but this past year, we really like dove into it. And so part of that, there's a few things along with that, but part of it is our pathway data monitoring. And so as a pathway, as of right now, we have 2 pathways involved, and it's JMAC and LEAPS. And we're spreading, though, to be honest, we didn't want to spread so much because we wanted to kind of like get it really good, but it's kind of spreading organically. And what's happening is we are really honing in on our retakes. A lot of it is we have 2x10s, and so what we do there is every single person on our BTSC team, we pick about 2 to 3 kids to really hone in on. And so we get them from our on the cusp data, which are kids who are coming 85% at least and have 2 to 3 Ds or Fs. So we get that, we pick from there, and we have those personal conversations with them. So we get to know them outside of math and outside of everything, and that's really helped a lot. We keep data on that as well. We've also done our catch-up days, which are awesome. It's really fun. So on that day, there's no new work, and it's just catch-up day. And it's really cool because we get to have these personal conversations again with these kids about, hey, I noticed that you haven't turned in these 3 assignments, like, hey, like, what's going on today, So it's really kind of forced us to go around and to have these personal conversations. And so I really, I think that's helped a ton. We've actually had teachers who aren't even a part of Catch-Up Day kind of emailing everybody and saying, what's happening? I'm getting a lot of work that I have to grade today. And then I'll respond and say, oh, it's catch-up day, So it's been a great thing there. On top of that, I'm sorry. On top of that, I'm also the SPED department head for co-teaching, and I have to champion co-teaching inside of this as well. So we have inundated our 9th grade algebra classes with co-teaching. We've actually grown more every single year, even next year, even more. And a lot of the co-teaching practices, honestly, have super helped. As Johnny comes in and he's tardy, I can go in and I can kind of help, and I don't, and the other teacher doesn't skip any part of instruction. It's really great. I can do small groups and over here. I can take them somewhere. It's just co-teaching has just also super helped, especially our 9th grade algebra kids. We do have 2 algebra teachers on our BTSC team as well, and they come into our meetings talking directly about their class and how we as a team can even support them, even though you might not be a math teacher. Hey, I've noticed that so-and-so hasn't been doing, oh great, I see in period 5, I will talk to him. So it's really been great to have like across our entire team. And it's kind of spreading. So it's been a really awesome experience.
Thank you so much. And we
Not a
will make
question.
sure.
Not a question, Brian.
Okay.
Just clarify.
Yep.
The pathways JMAC, and what was the second one?
LEAPS.
Can you tell us what those
I'm
are?
sorry.
Yeah.
So our JMAC is like our media pathway, and LEAPS is our
Law enforcement and public service.
Thank you.
There you
Thank you.
We will make sure that we have enough time at the end for you to be able to ask questions, because we definitely want to do that. We've also let the team know not everybody's going to answer every question, but feel free if one person shares and somebody else wants to, you're welcome to jump in. I'm actually going to probably start with you, Ms. Domingo. This next question related to what professional development have our teachers, 8th and 9th grade algebra teachers, engaged in? And specifically, what kind of professional development have you engaged in to specifically improve your algebra skills, your ability to teach algebra?
So district-wide this year, with the change to quarterly assessments and the board goal number 3 being specific to algebra, our district has done more algebra-specific QCI trainings, the quality core instruction ones, where we all get together. And this year is also different because it's the first time that it's middle school and high school algebra teachers and the IICs there also. So we have a really big, we're taking up room EF, if you know what I'm talking about. We're taking up the whole room. It's a big party in there. So that's been really cool. The collaboration between algebra teachers this year through the trainings has been really great. Last year and the year before was when we started our transition to using building thinking classrooms, which is a pedagogical strategy in mathematics. And last year I was one of the teachers who had a privilege to be taught directly by Peter Liljedahl, who is the author of that book. So as far as district trainings go, there's those optional ones like the Peter Liljedahl kind of invitation, or you volunteer for it, and then you have the mandatory QCIs. Outside of that, personally, I have been on this last year, I received my master's in mathematics, so that has really changed the way that I approach algebra teaching. Just in a vertical trajectory, I'm bringing a lot more elementary launching into my teaching, as well as this is going to extend in the next couple years, and this is where you're going. So my own education has kind of influenced a lot, in addition to the collaboration through those QCIs.
That's great. Anyone else would like to share? Ms. Weil? Yes, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. As the IIC, I defer to Ms. Domingo and her immense expertise when it comes to algebra. But with that, I think the collaboration with those Tier 1 interventions, our staff meetings are non-operational. At the beginning of the month, they are all PDs that are designed as almost a make and take, that we can take these concepts in and turn around and use them. For instance, this year, our team has focused on scaffolding or over scaffolding and how that might look and how to differentiate. We've had 2 ELD PDs now on student discourse. We want to tie into what OCI PD is asking us to do, especially with those math talks, those math routines, tie in what we're seeing in the observational tool and take that student discourse, especially for our ELLs, and connect that to our work with our word walls, and kind of had some role play with our teachers and STEMs and how to use these tools. And I think that has translated into all of our classrooms. In speaking for Ms. Domingo, she is our department head. So I want to shine a light on her and her immense collaboration with our team. We function in a back-to-back structure, which has been absolutely changed the way that we collaborate, the way we communicate. Ms. Domingo does have extensive math knowledge, but she also understands the standards above and below, and she's able to articulate that with her team and how what they're doing in 6th grade is also going to manifest later on, right? And that's been really instrumental in our work.
Yeah, and I just want to add on to that by saying when all of the district people came to watch, they did get to view our 6th grade and our 7th grade to my classroom, and I think it was really evident over the last 5 years with the women that I work with. We have done a very, very extensive job collaborating to make our trajectory make sense for the student going from classroom to classroom with us to see that success that you're seeing.
I think some other things that we could call PDs, maybe on a micro or a smaller level department-wise, that has been really important is like our week of walkthroughs. It's kind of like it's an internal learning walk, but we're looking at specific things when we're going into the classroom that's going to change student outcomes, or that's going to directly look for some of our signature practices at Stevens. So for instance, we're looking at engagement levels 1 through 6. We're looking at where are our African-American students seated and why. And was that strategic? Was that choice? We're looking at how student discourse is connected to that engagement, into that deeper level, rigorous thinking. So even though it's not a full-scale PD, it's still looking at what the student outcome would be.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm going to narrate for something for a moment. We'll come back to you. This is also, I think, a nice example. We heard from Dr. Madrigal the way that our schools use the quantitative student data, and then we're also hearing how site teams are using qualitative data through walkthroughs, observing one another in practice, learning. When we're seeing great student outcomes, what are they doing so that we can kind of spread that in other places? So a great combination of that quantitative, qualitative. And later on this evening, one of the questions that one of the board members asked actually was related to the professional development. There was reference in the monitoring report about the algebra professional development. So this is just adding a little bit of meat to the bone, if you will, a little narrative around what that actually looks like for a teacher. Mr. Samuels.
Well, earlier we heard a slight reference to our equitable grading policy, but to go a little bit deeper, how have you and your students experienced the implementation of the equitable grading practices, and how has this impacted math grades in particular?
And looking at the equitable grading policy, our math department has done significant work to align across the policy, which is part of the policy and agreeing, but also an alignment of their common assessments and when they're giving those within each unit, so that the experience is equitable across the board for students in Algebra 1 or Geometry or whatever the course may be. In addition, they've worked to analyze their grade book and ensure that there's alignment across their grade book. My total number of assignments or how points are being awarded are matching, and then being able to use Power BI to look at the data of what are my students' ABC rates, what's the success in my class, and compare that with my colleague, and also very quickly filter a look at subgroups and how they're performing in my class in regards to the grading policy that they're implementing. So that's all been work done by our math department head and administrator to kind of make sure that's all aligning and equitable.
For us at Stevens, pretty similar here. Our department did a lot of work to really make it cohesive across our classes. We use the same weights, we assign the same points to different assignments, and the same assignments are worth more than others. Particularly for us at Stevens, we really started a lot of that work with Prove-Its. And so in math, to give a little background here, we have two types of tracks in math. You guys know this. There's the accelerated and then there's the regular track. In an accelerated track, like algebra at the middle school level, their end of the year state testing is not on any of the standards I have taught them. So for me, a Prove-It in my class or a district quarterly assessment is actually the most accurate representation of their grades. So as departments, we have put higher weights towards those categories because that would show standard mastery if they were successful on those assessments. And then in addition to the alignment with us, we do a lot of data tracking, not only as a department. We've worked to create common assessments. So if we teach the same courses, we are giving the same Prove-Its too, so we can collaborate on that data. But at an individual student level, from day one, they are tracking their data in our classrooms to see their own growth. We really want that autonomy from the student to be powered by what they're producing, and then getting a change in that if they don't like what that's making their data profile look like, if that makes sense. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna do a little mid-conversation interruption. What do you, as a board, have a question that you would like to dig deeper into as it relates to breakthrough success communities, professional development for teachers, or the grading practices?
Brian, real quick, could you give us a 1 minute, just a refresher, reminder, breakthrough success, what that is, who participates?
Sure. With our breakthrough success community, what we have, it's a focus on ninth grade students, and the goal is to make sure our ninth grade students remain on track. It's work that we're doing with CORE, and each of our high schools has a team of teachers who work together to implement research-based practices. You've heard some of the practices such as catch-up day, and so all the teachers within that particular team are committed to providing students with an opportunity to do makeup work on one specific day. So they come together and they really try to look at different opportunities to support ninth grade students, and they monitor their data to see, is it actually working? And so that's kind of like, they're like working on mini PDSA cycles throughout the year, and that's kind of like the focus of their work throughout the year. And then each year we continue to build on that, and they begin to build on different strategies that they implement, whether it's the catch-up day or the 2x10, or different other factors or things that schools work on. Those are the two popular ones right now. The reteach, retake, which is connected to our grading policy as well.
Thanks, Ed. First of all, thank you for the wonderful, amazing work that you all are doing and for being here today. And I think the most important thank you for the wonderful outcomes that the students are achieving, right? So I know I can't ask all of you a question, but I saw, Ms. Perez, your eyes lit up when you talked about your role, your SPED role. I'm wondering if you could share with us, what's guiding and informing, sort of making those eyes light up when you shared, when you referenced the SPED role that you play.
So I love what I do, to be honest, and I love co-teaching. I really, really do. In fact, like my co-teacher, I was the maid of honor in her wedding. Like I'm telling you, like I love it. I love it so much. But I really think that it's really had like a really big impact beyond us, right? So I say this all the time, like imagine if somebody came to you and said, hey, somebody's gonna be with you every day for the next 10 and a half months. I kind of call it like you're married to that person for 10 and a half months, right? So my role is to try to not have as much marriage counseling throughout the year. That's what I'm trying to do, right? So I kind of feel like I'm eharmony.com, I'm like pairing these people together, right? And I'm kind of in this room, like who would go well with this? But he teaches like this and she, so it's a long process. But when I have these pairs and they work. And so to put these people together and to kind of help them along the way, I love it. I really do. And especially in math, like math is so difficult, especially for kids that have a learning disability. It's really hard. And so we need the right pairs, the right teacher. So there's a lot of factors involved, but if I have a lot of less work throughout my year, I've done something right.
Ms. Pritz, can you be even more explicit just for people watching at home? What exactly is co-teach, the way you're talking about? Who's in the room? What is the student makeup, and why are we doing it in this way?
Awesome. So I also didn't know that people at home were watching, but that's okay. But so co-teaching is basically a gen ed teacher and a SPED teacher together. And the really big thing that we've had inside of our past is that as a SPED teacher, I have a multiple subject, right? So I can teach anything. And then I have an English teacher who just teaches English. So so I could be teaching English and biology in the same day, right? So that's kind of been like a learning curve, but it has, inside of like if she's my gen ed teacher and I'm the SPED teacher, we could have 8 kids that have IEPs inside of our class. And so somehow, some way, we have to work together all year long, and in order to have the students be as successful as possible. So I go in with my expertise and she has hers. We bring them together and we both teach that class together. And sometimes it works out awesomely and sometimes it's a little rough, but my role is to go in and to make sure that every co-teaching pair is as successful as possible. So we take our Power BI, we take our data, and we kind of see what is this pair doing that this pair is not doing? You know what I mean? Like, so Power BI for us is awesome. And it's just, honestly, I feel like there's so much data inside of there. There's so much to learn. But inside of our co-taught class, there's a lot of different avenues. I could team teach with her. I could station teach. We could go around. I mean, it makes sense. There's 2 of us in the room, so it's pretty great.
Could I add something to that? Because I co-teach also at Stevens, and I am also a huge advocate for it. I think that co-teaching should be in every math classroom because it's just 36 kids to one of me when there's another one, even though we have the disabilities in there. you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. You can't point out who these kids are, which has done a lot for their belonging at our school. When we look at some of our pulse data, we see a lot more belonging with our students who are already or have an IEP, which has been awesome. But with co-teaching, when we're talking about Power BI and data and goals, our inclusion team at Stevens has really gotten us to rethink goal writing, because a lot of the times when we write goals, it's about achievement, right? But our kids with IEPs can't always achieve that level. It's not feasible, but growth is. So this year at Stevens, all of our departments have growth goals in addition to our overall met and exceeded rates, because we want to make sure we're looking at all of our students and who is getting where. And now that we're looking at growth goals, our state of the schools, there's a lot more applause, because growth is so fun to look at. I mean, that's why we're here talking. You guys are looking at that growth. Growth is exciting. So I think co-teaching and inclusion in general is just so powerful for the way that we look at data and how we analyze those student profiles.
I don't want to lose this, Brian. I know we're limited on time, but we're not going to have a chance to interact with you in this capacity anymore. So I want to keep going because I'm getting emotional here listening to you all. We have a disproportionate number of Black students with IEPs and 504s, right? So I want to go deeper here. Can you share with us something that you've learned or one learns from students with disabilities, so that when folks hear this, when the millions of folks that are watching this meeting, if you hear this, it's not just about having gen ed students interacting with students with IEPs and students with disabilities, right? This has massive implications on our system. And there's a direct correlation here with this goal in particular, but with our priorities. So share something with us that comes out of the experience, the learning with students with disabilities.
Yes, this is my field, right? I love this. But so I also teach a core content support class, and in there I kind of feel like BTSC meets our goal 3. That's kind of where that magic happens, if you will, right? And in that class is where I'm teaching something, I'm going through, and then in that last 45 minutes or so, that's where I get to call up Johnny and say, what's happening, Johnny? Come on, so-and-so has said this, so-and-so has said, what's happening, right? And that class, I kind of feel like is just so important and so valuable that, but in addition to that, we also get to talk about other students who might be a little bit different than us, right? And so, and we get to kind of dive in deep, as you said, right? So we get to kind of say, and then I also kind of bring in, hey guys, like my son has autism. How dare, you know what I mean? Like, and when you get older, you might encounter other people, you know what I mean? And so it's really cool to have that class, to have that time to kind of say, hey, there's another person who's different than you. So what? You know, and let's see, like, what do we have in common? What can we, and then there's a kid who walks around inside of my class, right? And he's walking around all day long. Who knows where he's at? But I kind of said, hey, if somebody can get Johnny to come to class, I got something for you, right? And so 2 days later, they grabbed Johnny who's walking around. I brought him, you know? So it's really cool to kind of see. And so that whole entire concept of we might look different, we might sound different, we might act a little different, but we're all here. Hey, we're getting a diploma. He's gonna get a diploma. I'm gonna get a diploma. You know what I mean? Like, we're all doing it, and to build that amongst all of our students is priceless.
Thank you for that.
I was just gonna add on to that, but in addition to the belonging and them being a part of it, as a teacher, something I've learned through my kids with IEPs is actually seeing in practice what it looks like for a student to produce mastery, not in the way that I was taught to expect it given to me, if that makes sense. A lot of the kids that I deal with at the middle school level, it may be a behavioral type IEP, so some of their things are more behavioral needs or emotional disturbance type needs, but then I also have a lot of processing speed in my IEPs of the kids that I look at. And for me at first, my co-teacher had to be like, hey, relax a little bit. Like, ask them, give them some thinking time, like pause. And so learning how to navigate those situations, but then also through that process of the student realizing I'm learning how to communicate with them. They are learning how to communicate with me. It creates these relationships that are so different than the ones that I say I can have with my general education students. There's this different pride of these students coming to show me their growth on a test, or them coming to show me, like, maybe they're testing at a 3rd grade level. I had kids testing at 5th grade by the end of the year. That's 2 whole grade levels of growth, and we have to celebrate that. So many little wins. I think it's brought so much joy back into my classroom because we're celebrating so many wins now. So just to top that off, I like the celebrations that we get out of it.
Well, thank you for that. And that's when we always talk about the story behind the data, right? So I do have a couple of questions. The catch-up days, when do they take place and how often? And then the walkthroughs, who participates in them, since the internal walkthroughs?
For the catch-up days, the BTSC team works together with the teachers in the 2 pathways, and we have 1 per quarter, kind of leading up to the grading period. So for the first semester, for example, we had 1 in October that was 2 days, and then 1 in January that was 1 day right before semester grades.
And I do want to point out during our catch-up days, the whole idea is that they do work, they fill out a paper, and then the teacher signs that paper. They take it to the auditorium at lunch. We give them drinks and nachos and snacks and things like that, which before, the teachers used to pay for that, and then we kind of got, hey, this is a little costly here. So we got smart and did a donors choose thing. So thankfully, a few people came in, and now we don't have to pay for all of that great stuff. So and the kids, they love it. They super, super love it, and they talk about it all the time. When is our next one? Yeah.
As far as the walkthroughs, over the last several years, we've really worked to create an open door policy. The teachers know and expect that there could be visitors, there could be colleagues, there could be therapists, counselors, co-teachers. That's just standard at our school. It wasn't built in a day, but that trust had to be created. Because we spend so much time together as departments, and even currently we're on the block schedule, we have collaboration once a week that is documented and calendared, so you know who you're working with, whether it's across the department or within your department. That trust has been created. And so with the risk-taking that we have and that risk-taking culture, the doors are open, and they're open wider than they ever have been. So we have a couple of different things. Of course, we have our ILWs and our data days and our district days, but we also have a week of walkthroughs where there is a slip for accountability, where they do go in and leave some wonderings and some growth, but around a focus question. So there's always something that we're focused on. Our department heads, however, are also asked and encouraged several times during the cycles. We have 2 different cycles in our PDSA cycles to go into their colleagues' classrooms. So they go in, they have those conversations, they have feedback, they are looking for whatever their common practice is. So in our PDSA cycles, each department has a specific focus for that common practice, whether it be reasoning, deeper reasoning, clever, some sort of output. And they use that as jumping boards to talk about in their back-to-back department meetings.
All right, I'm going to combine the last 2 questions together. So the first question I want to ask, and actually for Ms. Weil, I want you to specifically speak to this, and maybe Ms. Domingo as well. We have this role of instruction intervention coordinator as a system in our middle schools and our elementary schools. We invest quite a bit of resources into that with intentionality, because we believe that it's a lever that's going to help our schools, our teachers, our students to be more successful. So maybe for the Stevens team, if you can speak to what is the role of IIC, how does that show up in your work? And then from a teacher perspective, how does that show up? And then more broadly, and you can include this in your conversation, specifically as we talk about interim goal 3B, while we're looking at overall grades in algebra, what we're actually really digging into there is closing the gap in grades for our Black African American students. So it could be in your conversation about the IAC role, and then open it up more broadly. What are we collectively doing across these 2 sites to get these significant gains we're getting specifically for African American students?
As I said before, I rely on her and my other department heads, right, for content expertise, right? They already know that. What we're really working on at Stevens is that collective efficacy. It's been built over the last several years. It's extremely foundational in what we do. When we're using data, we do use Power BI quite a bit. More specifically, and I wanted to call this out, are the differences in med-exceeded rates for Black, African American, and all of their students by assessment. We really look at that data as well as the gap data for assessment. If we're seeing that gap, that is an indication to us that we need to do something different and we need to pivot. In our meetings, in our back-to-backs, it is data-driven. We have full PDSA cycles across the school. In mathematics in particular, when they are coming together, they have a common practice that is throughout. So yes, we have assessment data, yes, we have prove-it data, but we also have common practices, common room environments. When they're meeting together, what we're trying to do is release or reduce the anxiety of the student to output. When we're talking about students with IEPs, do I want to spend the entire class period having anxiety about how I'm going to output in this class? Or do I already know how to output in a certain structure, and can I just get to my knowledge or my level of mastery and show something versus nothing? So when I'm sitting in a department meeting, when we're going across the mathematical collaboration, things in the discussions are really focused around what cohesion can and should there be. There's one rubric in mathematics, the rest of the school has one rubric. There are only 2 rubrics on campus. Less confusion for the students is reducing that anxiety. When we're looking at our gaps, with our Black students specifically, our PDSAs are data-driven in that they are collecting information for their focus group students. In this cycle in particular, we are really proud that we are doing a reflection log where teachers are documenting every intervention for their focus group students. They even have cross students that they're sharing. So for instance, if Ms. Domingo has an algebra student and I am or she has a math 8 student and I'm in development, we're gonna share those data. We're gonna be logging the micro moves. We're not gonna be focusing on the student so much, but we're logging the micro moves I'm using and if they're working or not, and the students' responses to those interventions, and then we're pivoting. So when we're doing our meetings, we're spending a majority of the time looking at student work protocol, looking at lesson design protocol, and now our response to intervention and our micro moves logs, so that when we get to state of the school, our data is extremely transparent by teacher, by department, and we know what we did and our failures, which is okay too, and where we're going.
And as Ms. Weil said, this year in particular, specifically with the board goal, it has brought her and I to work together a lot more than we may have in the past. But something I want to bow down to her for is just her extensive knowledge and literacy. And I think that as a math teacher, a lot of the times you've probably heard other math teachers say, well, why are we focusing so hard on literacy and kids' ability to do all these things with reading and writing? But they need it. Like in math, we have these things too. And I think this year, our collaboration has, as a department over the last 5 years, we've done so much work with our own PDs to align ourselves that now I'm working with her in how we can bring a lot of the ELA strategies for text structure and breakdown and annotation into mathematics, because that's not speaking to the student output. If we can then align ELA and math, these 2 heavy hitters when it comes to the most assessments, the most data we're looking at, what is the output going to look like then? So I just think, again, we've said this over and over, it's a years of growth. This is over 5 years at Stevens that this is happening. And then we're already projecting for year 6. Year 6 is more alignment. So it's that constant reevaluation of the goal. Okay, this is what we achieved, but what more can we do? And she's really good about constantly asking us, what more can we do? There's always a question, always. And it's hard, but I do appreciate it because it makes us think. Like you mentioned earlier when we were talking about Power BI, it's question stems to click on the data. Her mind is wired like that. It's wired to ask the question, and it creates a lot of those collaborative conversations between our department leaders, our department heads, and then bringing that to our team.
That's great. Jordan team, what are y'all doing specifically to support your Black African American students in algebra?
In looking at everything BTSC did, I think that had an impact on those students. But beyond that, we have kind of built in our African American students to all of our goals. And with Power BI, we're easily able to monitor that and look at that data and have those discussions. But in addition to that, we held Black African American student listening sessions this year that were really powerful in hearing from students what they were asking for and what they needed. And now that's helped inform our professional development and our support that's going on within our pathways to look at what students are asking for and how we can implement that to support them in building relationships and providing help. Also, our leadership team each selected 2 Black African American students to support. So we checked in with them at the beginning of the year. We tracked credits, we tracked GPA, and then we had meetings with them regularly, get to know them, support them with their classes, all different things depending on the students' needs, and kind of track their data and saw growth with each of those students. So that's something we're expanding now into all of our pathways as a support system to keep students on track and support them. One last thing we added this year, when students do maybe become off track, we have a Apex session that is just for Black African American students. And so they have a spot in there to make up that course, as well as lessons built into the course about study skills, organizational skills, and different things that students might be supported with in now getting those credits.
Awesome. So we've got about 5 more minutes. Mrs. Craighead, if you want to facilitate maybe a couple more questions.
So I'm going to ask the leadership team the question you just asked our school site team. So leadership team, what are you doing specifically to support this work? Whether we're talking about Stevens and or Jordan and or any other of our schools where this is going on. And as a part of that, I shouldn't say you, what are we doing? What are we doing? To bring this work to those schools and or grades and or math level where we're not seeing yet what we want. So sort of a 2-pronged question to the we.
I can jump in and get us started. One thing that is definitely something that we do. First of all, with the BTSC work, as I stated, that's something that's definitely district wide. I personally have one-on-one meetings with our partners, but then we also have support from our office that provides each site with coaching and support. And so we have opportunities to continue to spread what we learn from one site to the other. As it relates to just what sites are doing in particular, each of our directors, when we meet together, we talk about our school sites. That's usually how we start our weekly directors meeting or principal supervisor meeting rather. And we take that information and we try to go and spread that when we're meeting with school sites. One thing that's going to shift for us next year, not only will we bring those things back to our principal meetings, but next year we're talking about potentially allowing principals to go and visit one another, and maybe in small groups, so that they can actually go and see some of the good work that's happening, so that it will probably naturally spread. Because there's a difference when we bring it to a principal meeting and we talk about it, have someone stand up and have some slides and share, versus going actually to the site and actually seeing it. And we're hoping that that's something that we'll be able to implement next year as well.
Can you talk briefly about the professional learning sequence for principals? And it could include elementary principals around math and the look-fors and coordination between OCIPD and your offices? Yeah,
so one thing that we work hand in hand with OCIPD, and generally we bring our experts from OCIPD to our principal meetings, and they provide PD for our principals. And when we introduced our look-for document, we actually took some time during our meeting to actually first, orient them to it, become familiar with it, and then we actually went out to sites together. Some of our meetings, rather than having them at the TRC, we had our principals at school sites walking math classrooms using the tool. We had one meeting in particular where OCIPD identified 2 different algebra teachers, and so we split our principals in 2 groups. And we actually went to observe these two algebra teachers who were following the lesson design, and then our principals actually, worked together to craft some feedback. And so we've been trying to provide professional development for principals in a different way versus for lack of a better term, a classroom setting, but actually getting out into the field and utilizing the tools and actually seeing teaching, right there firsthand. And so that's something that we're continuing as well. And we actually went out to schools, I would say more so this year than we have in the past, where principals are actually getting out into the field and utilizing the tool and seeing teaching in action.
Well, anything you wanted to add to that? Go for it.
One of the things that I'll just also lift up is all of the ways that we're celebrating both quantitative and qualitative data inside of our principals meetings. So we just got finished celebrating quarter two, and we were lifting up the exact same data that is being shared. And then in addition to that, giving schools an opportunity to exchange ideas around what led to some of that success, and specifically some instructional or leadership moves or other ways in which students have been supported there at the site. One of the other structures that I just want to lift up is a structure that's happening today, and that is our ILT teams, our instructional leadership teams coming together system-wide. And so although one of the schools that we're going to be hearing from is Lafayette just shortly, they're literally leaving their ILT team to be here to present. But that's a space where all schools are able to look at their instructional moves. They're able to look at data. They are able to spend time also engaging in an exchange, which is actually a part of the agenda this morning, so that we can lift up best practices. And that's without me talking about other structures like internal learning walks, our collaborative data studies, or our quality core visits that are happening now, which give our entire system an opportunity to stop by schools like Stevens or Jordan or Lafayette and some of our elementary schools to see firsthand some of the great work that's happening. So that exchange in best practices and really lifting up, those are baked into the structures that we have at the district level.
And just to uplift co-teaching some more, we are expanding co-teaching. All of our secondary schools, middle and high schools have the opportunity for every student that is receiving RSP services or is in a mild moderate program to be part of co-taught classes in math and ELA. And so that is something that we've expanded because, like you heard, our students can do it, and they really can benefit from instruction from content experts, as well as the support and instruction from our education specialist. We also offer professional development and learning communities to our co-teachers 4 times a year, because like she said, the marriages sometimes are hard, and so you need some support. And even if you have a great pairing, there's things that you can learn from your peers in other schools, so that happens 4 times a year. And our staff, along with the OCIPD staff have been supporting all of our schools as requested to make these master schedules work so that there is enough classes so that our students can participate in co-teaching.
We did not know what our visitors would share. We knew that they did some good work based on data, but just if you can join me in a round of applause, some deep appreciation.
And you know what? I'm just gonna interject one last thing.
Yes.
Just one last thing. So we've heard about co-teaching. We've heard about things like catch-up day. It seems to me that in addition to taking a look at data, which is something that we hear about on a regular basis, the difference here in what you're representing is that students are being respected and honored and included in a way that obviously is paying off for them, that they're taking ownership of their own education, that they're being allowed to do that, encouraged to do that, and I think that's the difference. So I want to thank you very much for bringing that to us today.
Deep appreciation. We know that you represent. You represent many other folks who are back at home, back at your schools, doing the good work. You represent other teachers and administrators across our district who are doing good work. So just thank you for the time. And more importantly, thank you for what you're doing for students every day. Great. We're going to take a little 5-minute transition break, if that's okay, and we'll get the next team up.
And I will pass this off to Mr. Moskowitz.
All right. So that was an awesome start to our board workshop. Hearing from you have a high bar to try to reach here, Lafayette team, but we know you're up for it. We know you're up for it, though. That's why we asked you here. So we were talking really about algebra grades, and we were looking specifically at board goal 3 and the interim goal 3B, especially as we get ready to engage in the conversation tonight about the monitoring report. We also know there's been a lot of conversation in our system and in the board meeting around board goal 2 that we haven't spent as much time focusing in on. So we have an opportunity now to hear from a team who's really starting to help us stretch ourselves and to think about how do we accelerate reading for students in grades 4 and 5 who are maybe further behind. And so with that, I'll hand it off to Mr. Zaid, and he can explain why we invited the Lafayette team.
Well, I would like to introduce the dedicated team at Lafayette, which is located nestled right in our Wrigley community. The song at Lafayette sings, "We are dream makers from Lafayette. We are risk takers that the world won't forget." Sorry to sing your entire song here. But the opening of that song absolutely describes the dynamic team. And so I just want to introduce to you Shayla, who is their IIC, or Instruction and Intervention Coordinator, David Komatz, who serves as the principal, and then both Kelly and Michelle, who serve as 5th grade teachers there at Lafayette. And one of the reasons why we are here is to specifically talk about their iReady stretch growth. And I just want to distinguish for just a moment the difference between what is considered typical growth and what is considered stretch growth, so those who might be watching us from home just understand the difference when we're using that term stretch growth. So in iReady, you can look at typical growth, and typical growth is measured by, is a student on track to make 1 year's worth of growth? But we know that if we have students who are reading below grade level or not quite at grade level, then 1 year's worth of growth is not good enough, because that means that that student, even with 1 year's worth of growth, would always remain behind. And so what they have is a stretch growth, which is individualized targets to say, am I on target not just to make my annual yearly growth, but to have a little bit more so that in time I will be at grade level. So that's referred to as stretch growth. And when we looked at our first assessment of iReady to our second assessment, or quarter 2 iReady results, we noticed that Lafayette's target was 24%. That's how many students we wanted to make sure met their stretch growth, but we noticed that Lafayette at the time had made 37% as it related to the number of students who met their stretch growth goal. And so today is really an opportunity to, So today is really an opportunity to hear directly from the team on what we are doing for our students as it relates to Goal 2 who are not met, who are not quite there. Lafayette is specifically a unique site because it has both students who are learning English, as well as our biliterate students who are part of our dual Spanish immersion program. And so we are excited to introduce the team, and I'll jump in with the first question. It just says, using your D1 to D2 iReady stretch growth data, Lafayette exceeded its target of 37% for a 24% target. What systems do you have in place to monitor the progress of students, and how are teachers using data to adjust instruction throughout the year?
There, you would check. Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody, to exec staff and the board. Good morning. I'm going to start with, we're very humbled to be here. There's a lot of elementary schools in Long Beach, as you all know. So when they called us and selected us, it was like, wow, okay. Yeah, you know, I don't know where to start. I know this question gets asked about, like, how you guys are doing and in what way are you doing it, and it's very hard to say, like, what is the genesis of the work. You know, I want to start with some context. And part of that context is the work of the upper grade teachers, and as you know, Long Beach has been doing work in math with the upper grades. There hasn't been a lot of work in language arts. So there was a shift going into this year and thinking about what we wanted to shift with. You know, I liken it to, like, if you had an automotive body shop, you could maybe change the oil. Maybe that's what you could do. And, you know, in thinking about language arts at our school, that's what we could do. But we knew we needed to do more, and we knew there was going to be a shift with language arts with our upper grades. It's just, what was that shift going to be? And we weren't privy to it going back to last spring. So thinking about coming into this fall, what did we want to be paying attention to? What did we want to be working on? And I'm going to let some other people take over here, but what we thought would work best to serve our students was the building knowledge piece of language arts. And so what we aimed for was that, and how we were going to aim for it was with our Amplify Science. Science is the content area, and what could we build knowledge around with our students was going to be the science standards, the STEM and engineering standards. So with that was kind of our roadmap for where we wanted to be going and what we wanted to be doing with building knowledge. So when you brought your car into our shop, we can inflate your tires now. And so what we also understood is that those were the things that we needed to be learning as we moved along. I am not going to say we know all of them. I might not be able to work on your radiator yet, but we're going to get ourselves there. So that is the understanding right now, is where and how we have pointed ourselves is through building knowledge. And then we're going to talk a little bit about some of the foundational pieces, as Mr. Zaid has stated. So I don't know who would like to go first.
Good morning. The question was about, like, what systems, and so I think that David's providing that context about coming into the school year with the focus on building knowledge. That was very important to me as the IIC, and some of our teachers were a little more on board than others, but we decided that as a group, this is what we're going to do. And as a result of the summer training for getting reading right for upper grades, we knew that teaching the fundamentals of reading was not something our third, fourth, or fifth grade teachers really had a lot of experience with. So after the days of training provided by the district, we funded additional time for teachers to sit and plan together so that those students who are not met would be able to access the text and really work on the decoding. So we spent quite a bit of time with professional learning and then coaching around what to do to support children in being able to decode multisyllabic words. That was a big deal. And then it really has to happen at the same time. We're teaching them in that routine for linguistic analysis the words they are going to need to decode in the content. So instead of just taking the pacing guide and teaching, okay, this is week 1 to week 2, no, we're looking at the Amplify science materials that students need to read, and we're incorporating those words, those prefixes and suffixes and roots, so that students have an understanding of the key vocabulary that they're going to encounter in the text. I think those two working in concert made a big difference for us.
Can I add one more thing? I'm going to take it back because we're 5th grade teachers. We're not used to teaching phonics. We are SEL focused, and we are a harmony school, so we develop harmony goals with our students. And one of those is really having a growth mindset, and we have to have a growth mindset. So our kids are seeing us learning alongside of them, and I think that's been really powerful, letting them know, you know, this is, the DLR was new, Amplify is new, and to see us as grown learners, I think that's given them confidence that, hey, if they're learning, I can learn. And it's actually been fun to say, wow, I just learned that with you. Like, we're learning along with them, and I think that's a big deal. So
That's great. And I didn't get a chance to say to you all, not everyone has to answer every question, but if you want to.
Sorry, I had to add that in because SEL is such an important thing, and
love it.
that's like the foundation for everything. Our kids know that we're there learning with them and trusting us. So
Take the mic if you want to take the mic. Don't if you don't. We're good either way. With the last group, and especially when we were talking with the team from Stevens, we were talking about the role of IIC, and we were discussing that we, as a district, we've invested quite a bit of resources into some roles at schools. And at the elementary level at Lafayette, we have both an instruction intervention coordinator. We also have a literacy lead who's supporting literacy in particular, and a math lead. But as we specifically think about role of IIC, role of literacy lead, Shayla, if you could speak a little bit to what you do, some of your roles, and we could be here all day if you say all the things you do, some of your key roles, and then I'd love to hear from the teachers, how is that impacting your ability to teach more effectively, and how is that impacting your students as well?
The most important role I play is supporting teachers in implementing quality instruction that leads to student learning. And so everything that I'm doing is in service of that. But definitely having an eye on the data, so I understand what students are struggling, what teachers are getting outlier results. We have data meetings with the teachers where we look at what their results are or have been. We have a whole data process that we follow, but we talk about what kind of responsive teaching students will need to, the teacher will need to do in light of that data. So we set goals together and work on next steps. That's part of my role. I support in classroom instruction by modeling. I provide additional professional learning outside of what teachers are already receiving with QCI. And I'll stop right there.
Keeping with the automotive body, I'm the guy that does the windows. Yeah, so over the summer, we did the Getting Reading Right training, and Ms. Brown has expanded on that and given us tools that we use in our class that they're highly engaging. The kids love it. I've never had, after some lessons, where kids go, man, this is fun when they're talking about word knowledge. And so the lessons that she started and that we kind of built upon kind of are joined together with Amplify. So we're using the Amplify, and then it kind of goes into the our DLAR. And so she's provided a lot of tools and training for me to kind of like boost my confidence in teaching students, foundational skills. And it's highly engaging for the students.
one more thing, there's only one Shayla Brown, unfortunately. I wish there was 10 of you because everybody wants her in their classroom, just especially to get this started, and I agree. You've been doing this work for a little bit, but we've really, I feel like this is our third year working with, you and I, because you saw this vision before, but she can't be everywhere. So one thing we did utilize is filming her in classrooms so that teachers could go back and watch a lesson and then ask questions. And then when we do grade levels, we usually go and we rotate rooms. so that we can see everybody's classroom. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's a way to get in and then ask questions that way too.
Mr. Zaid, real quick, Amplify, Harmony, intersection of those things.
No, I brought it up. Harmony is it's a curriculum for SEL, social emotional learning. Sorry, I know we have a lot of acronyms. So we've been a Harmony school for a few years now, and we look at our pulse data and we take it very seriously. And noticing belonging was trending low a few years ago. We always look. So it's a way to just build a classroom culture and community, a school culture. So every classroom comes up with Harmony goals. We do meetups where we get together in a circle. We go over the Harmony goals. Every week we're, how are we doing on our goals this week? Do we need to change anything? Hands, feet, objects to yourself, or what's, whatever goal it is. And so they're fluid, they're flexible. And I think that's just the foundation for what we do. They have to be able to trust, and yeah. Did that answer the question?
Amplify is the name of our science curriculum.
So that'll just lead to our next question, and I appreciate you lifting up what are referred to as our textbooks, whether it's reading from our science, using our science textbook, or using our anthologies, which support, of course, sentence structure, vocabulary. Here's one of the questions that we wanted to ask. How has either district or site-based professional development for grades 3 through 5 supported instructional practices specifically with reading? So either maybe some of the district professional development or maybe some of the site professional development. I know that you guys had the student work protocol and a variety of other things that your site has been up to, but could you speak to not only our board members, but our wider audience who is listening in and learning about what's happening in our 3rd through 5th grade classrooms?
Okay, well, well, I am going to go back because we've been math focused for so many years. Those math QCIs, I think we've all improved on just asking good questions and listening and adjusting while we're in the classroom. But I think our IAP, our interim assessment protocols, has been a really, really important for us. There are little data points throughout the year, and we focus on right now we're using Amplify Our Science on our critical junctures, which is a scientific evidence writing piece. And so we choose one African American, one English only, one ELL, one high, one medium, and one low. So 6 students that we take a look at, and then we cross grade level look at what they're doing. And so we learn what 3rd grade's doing, 4th grade's doing, 5th grade, and then we create goals around that. And I think that's been really powerful, especially for, even the high kids are learning as well as the lower students. So it's it's been very powerful.
Yeah, well, I'll add to that. Going back to last year, what we had developed as a site, and this is before we really got into the language arts work, at the time it was math for our upper grades, but what we did was we developed an interim assessment protocol, hence the IAP, as a way to look at students specifically as a representative of subgroups on our campus. And what we did was in thinking about what would be actionable next steps for those students. So at the time for the upper grades, they were exposed to it through our math units. But it was easy to take that protocol and bring it into the building knowledge piece. In this case, the content switched, but the protocol of looking at student work and making determinations about what we are going to do with those types of students has been something that we've carried forward. This last professional development in our staff meeting was about language the L in the BKLV, and what do you do with language, and how do you support students with language so that they can express the vocabulary, so that they can express their conceptual understandings about the content.
And I'm gonna add on to that. We develop a clear success criteria for our grade level that we all decide on, and so we're very clear when we're grading that critical juncture or looking at it, what we're expecting to see for a 4 level or a 3 level, and so then we can come together and adjust and see where we need to adjust our teaching. So.
I just want to make one last comment with regard to professional learning. In addition to the quality core instruction that is offered through OCIPD, we do a lot of professional learning on our campus, primarily through our staff meetings. So when the staff comes into the meeting room, they're not looking for a checklist of things to do. We're going to be talking about learning, teaching and learning. So that's a big part of our school culture, is that we're going to be learning. We also do offer teachers professional release days. And so a substitute comes in and the teachers all meet together, sometimes with the teams themselves, sometimes led by me, but that amount of professional learning is really critical to building teacher knowledge and then looking at the results of that instruction. So I learned something, I tried something, let's see how it's landing with students. And the focus being on our students learning, right? So I can teach you whatever I want to in a training room, but are the students learning is the piece.
That's great. So we're going to shift in a moment into thinking about some of the maybe tier 2 or tier 3 types of interventions going on at your school. But let me pause to see if the board has any questions about some of that tier 1 quality core instruction and reading.
I just had a quick question. Seeing as Lafayette is a very unique school and you guys do a lot of equitable learning practices, have you ever had to shift your goals mid-school year, and how do you guide your students through that?
Can I clarify when you say shift your goals, what do you mean?
Noticing that maybe a goal you set in the practice that you're using is not necessarily giving you the outcomes that you want to see. How do you pivot? How do you change your practices, change what you do, change how you engage your students, and how do you do that mid-year, if at all?
If you've got a thought, but I've got a thought. Well, I would say, yeah, I think that's a great question about, the goals you make, or I should say the goals the district makes, and then how are they translating at a school, based on the needs, based on the demographics, based on the makeup. I'm going to say based on the talent, the teachers that are doing that work. And so you do think about, what are you aiming for with your students? What are you aiming for with the school? And I mean, we're constantly having a conversation about, let's say, the professionals that are doing the work. Who needs the support right now? Is that because it's a tiered approach that we need to do, some fidelity to a practice, for instance? Sometimes it's the students. Sometimes the teacher's got a lot of things in place, and it's the students that are needing the support in that classroom. It doesn't change where we are trying to aim, but I think it does shift over the course of the year through conversations, through observation, through feedback, what and how we're going to be doing it. So I think the action plan is really what we are constantly thinking about and refining versus the actual goal, where we're trying to be.
Mr. Komatz, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, on jumping in on that, during the summer we had the training with the Getting Reading Right, and I implemented that in my class. And then Ms. Brown came in, and we were looking at our data, and we kind of adapted to see if we could meet the goals. We didn't change the goals. We changed what I was doing in the classroom to see if I could more effectively meet the goals. And then when we look at another data point, we go over, we discuss. We're going to change stuff again to see what we could do to meet the data point. So there's always, we're all flexible. If we're doing one thing, we're going to change it up, and then we do something else, and then if that's not working, then we're kind of always, adapting to the students' needs.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Comat. So I really appreciate the car reference, but within that, I heard all of you share at least one thing that you're doing or that's noticeably being done different from previous years, right? Whether that's that shift from math to new priorities or additional priorities. As a follow-up to this question, I'm wondering, given the uniqueness of Lafayette, and I'll just use one example, the DI component, how does that play into what you just shared, whether it's a pivot or do more of this, or the culturally affirming component, or the SEL? Where does that tie in? And again, broader question for the team is, I think it is important as part of the context for why these schools were chosen to give us a sense of the demographic portrait and or unique elements of the school, so that these things be received with the appropriate context, right? So, Mr. Comatz, can you touch on the DI and or other unique features of the school that impact these strategies, practices, decisions?
Well, let's see. We can talk about dual immersion. So, the idea, as I tell any parent who comes and is asking about dual immersion and having worked at another DI school in the district, that the idea of the target language is all that is different. The standards are the same standards. So the math standards are going to be the same standard for a fourth grade in a dual immersion classroom as they are for we call them our CPA classrooms, that are our non-DI classrooms, right? So in terms of conceptual understanding, there isn't going to be a change because the standards are going to be the same, right? You're going to have to know how to work with a fraction, right, in either language. What does change, or what we do think about, is the setup of a dual immersion student in terms of thinking about, at our school, it's a 50-50 program. So when we look at data, being the only 50-50 program in the district right now, one of the things we do have to kind of suss out is this idea of, well, if you were coming to class and you only had 50% of your instruction in English and 50% of your instruction was in Spanish, I try to look at it from an asset-based lens. In looking at a neighboring school where they do not have kids in a dual immersion program, hey, our data looks pretty good. I would say our data looks pretty good anyways, but I think that is part of the difficulty with managing a program on the campus where they are learning. In this case with Mr. Borchardt and Ms. Symes, they have two classrooms that are CPA classrooms. So it's English only all the time. It's not a dual immersion program. But there are two classrooms on the campus that are. So their needs are a little bit different in terms of language responsibilities. And then when it comes time to collaborate and plan, they can collaborate and plan around that conceptual piece, but I think where it becomes different is where the language piece becomes very specific. And maybe I can have Ms. Brown talk a little bit about that. Or she doesn't have to if she don't want to. Let's talk about kindergarten, how we're supporting kindergarten. I know it's not fifth grade. I'm sorry.
It's not fifth grade, but kindergarten is just a joy. The last time I was here, I talked about kindergarten. Being responsive to our foundational reading skills data from quarter 2, we recognized a tremendous need in grade kinder for our 2 dual language classes because they were lagging very far behind, not just far behind the district, but far behind the other class on our campus, which was English only. So I had to leave Kelly and Michelle and go downstairs to kindergarten. So this quarter, the literacy lead and myself are pushing into those 2 kindergarten classes so that we can support. And although she and I, the literacy lead and myself, are not bilingual, we know enough Spanish to go and help with those syllabus. So the fact of the matter is, we have to do what has to be done. So our dual immersion teachers are very good at receiving the professional learning in English, thinking about everything that has happened in English, and then the burden is on them. They do it a really good job at it, is thinking about what do I need to shift for English, for Spanish, and how can I bridge those two languages together.
So we'll have some time for more board questions. I do want to shift, though, into thinking about, and we've actually had some conversation here in the last couple of minutes about it. If we think about our multi-tiered systems of support, a lot of what we've been talking about is that strong quality core tier 1 instruction, and I know that's a lot of what you're trying to accomplish through your work with Amplify and bringing in those standards. Can you speak to, and it could be any of you, what are some of the interventions and supports you're specifically doing from a tier 2 or tier 3 level? Could be in the classroom, it could be outside the classroom, during the day, outside the day, that you believe might also be contributing to this acceleration in student reading that we're seeing at Lafayette?
Through the opportunity of using our expanded learning funds, we do offer tutoring before or after school. Different teachers choose one or the other. So I think that the expanded learning opportunity is one part. I completely lost the question. Can you say the question one more time? Oh my God.
That's okay. Just thinking about the tier 2 or 3 interventions happening either in the classroom or outside. Yep.
Got it. Woo. Another part that I'm very proud of is how we are engaging in coaching cycles. So with the support of OCIPD, the literacy lead and the math lead both receive training in coaching cycles, and I engaged in a coaching cycle with Mr. Borshar for fluency, and we looked at his data, of course, right? And we chose the nearly met group of students to try to push them up into proficiency. And within that coaching cycle, we set the student goal. We talked about the instructional strategies to get those students there. We had a regular meeting cycle and biweekly progress monitoring to get to the goal. So I think for a tier 2, I don't know if I'll call it an intervention, but a tier 2 opportunity, I think that engaging in coaching cycles was helpful for us.
I'd love to hear from a teacher perspective. When you think about students who are needing additional support, what does that look like in a 5th grade classroom?
In my classroom, with the bi-monthly monitoring of the students that we selected, I usually pull them in small groups, and we work on the lessons that we were focusing on, mostly fluency, decoding skills, and the kind of groups change weekly, but they're mostly the same students.
I mentioned the data meetings a little bit ago, but after each assessment period, we call teachers in one by one, and we have like a little data board that we make, and each student has their own little Post-it, and all of their scores are there. So the teachers and the literacy lead, math lead, or myself look at it, and we talk about, especially in upper grades where we have more data points, we can see a clearer picture of the student and look at what interventions they've already had that haven't been successful, so we can try something different. So having those quarter meetings and setting goals based on those, I think supports as a tier 2/tier 3.
I'm going to add on to that too. We also meet with our students and go over their data. So it's not, they don't know where they are. We set goals with our students and pull them back, and so they can see their bars. So before we even took each diagnostic, we come up with, what could be the distractors in our room? How are we going to rise above them? We chart that, we talk about that. And then they actually set a goal where they color their bar and they know exactly what their percentage is. And so, and they look, when the iReady closes, they're like, oh my gosh, I went above my goal. I did it, So I think that's part of that as well. They need to know where they are, and they need to have that autonomy and excitement.
just want to give one last opportunity for any other systems or structures that you might want to speak to before we open it up to board members. And I just want to clarify one term, just in case it sounded unfamiliar to anyone who is listening beyond, and that is Lafayette's focus on building knowledge. That notion of building knowledge and skills was formerly referred to as comprehension, or it's making sure that when kids are reading, they don't just have the ability to decode the words, but they understand what they're reading, and they're able to pull information from that. Is there anything that maybe hasn't been shared that you might want to share before we open it up to questions?
Yeah, I do want to talk about systems, and I guess this from a strategy and planning domain, is this idea of how do these things get to happen or occur? Some of the things like data meetings. Data meetings need a teacher out of the classroom. In order for a teacher to be out of the classroom, then who's got to cover the classroom? So sometimes we get creative with extra personnel, and then sometimes we have to go out and get subs. So we utilize LCFF funds to secure subs to get a teacher out of the classroom so that they can sit at a data meeting. I'm going to call it a data chat. Data meeting could last at least 45 minutes. For probably a really good one, it's about an hour and a half. So it does require a resource consideration. Another thing you heard, thinking about QCIs and teachers going to releases off campus. The school is not paying for that, but in order for them to do the planning where the fifth grade team is going to come back together to sit and process what they heard and then say, how are we going to now tackle this unit based on this new learning? That's going to require a sub again. So there are funds beyond, going back to the idea of what is the school able to have the autonomy to think about, the agency to think about what and how they are going to support various initiatives. That is part of a support to that data system.
Do we have any questions or comments, Dr. Benitez?
Yeah, so thank you first and foremost again. So important for us to hear what is happening at schools that either we can continue to support and lift up and or model right for other schools and share. All right. So, Mr. Zaid, can you talk a little bit more about what that growth from 20, what was the percentage, to 30, more than a 10% here or around, can you contextualize what that means, David? What are the implications of this? And again, the impact of this work and what we're hearing.
I'll give a little bit more detail. So again, it's an opportunity for us to look at which schools have made that stretch growth. Again, we had an opportunity to hear about this morning one of our Power BI systems. And so within our Power BI systems, as we go in and filter the data, we can specifically look at stretch growth from quarter one to quarter two. And so that's when we were able to look at all of the schools that had made their growth. In Lafayette in particular, their target was 24% of their students, but they made 37. But let me just share the actual numbers. The numbers we were looking at is there were 104 students altogether that we are watching. 39 of those students met their stretch growth. So that's the percent that we are taking a look at. And that's not just for Lafayette, but several schools. And we're looking at the same thing as we have just completed another round of assessments with iReady. And now we're looking at from the very first implementation of iReady to now quarter three, how many schools met their stretch growth? What does that mean? Where might we need to pivot if we need to? And then how are schools looking at their data and looking at individual students to make sure that that growth is being made?
And I appreciate you asking the question. I appreciate Mr. Zaid sharing that, because there are other schools that also are having significant percentages of students meeting stretch goal. Lafayette is one of our larger elementary schools. There are 104 students who are in that not met band in just 4th and 5th grade, and that a significant number of them are meeting their stretch goal. So it's not just about a percentage, it's actually a significant number of students that are meeting that goal. And that's why we wanted to bring them in to hear a little bit more about that.
And just to give, I know you had mentioned the demographics at Lafayette. Lafayette has 789 students, so that just helps put that into perspective.
Well, in the interest of time, because we do have more on the agenda, I think we're going to conclude this part, but I want to thank you very much for being here, for presenting, for giving us a better look on what it takes to really invest in the time and the resources to support our teachers and in turn supporting our students. So from us to the Lafayette team.
Thank you all so much. We are going to talk a little bit about Amira. You are welcome to stay, or you can get back to your ILT session, which I think you're trying to get to, right? But thank you again. We know that you represent not just other great folks working hard at Lafayette, but schools all across our system. So thank you so much. So we'll take just a 30-second stretch. We'll give them a chance to head off to their ILT session, and then Dr. Myers-Miller will show an update around our Amira reading difficulty screener. Oh, you're just talking. I got you. Did you write that song? Okay.
We can.
Oh, yeah, right. So it's been around for a while.
That was where I started as a teacher.
A lot of Lafayette connections here. So as we continue in this conversation, you may recall about this time last year, we brought to you as a board a request for approval of Amira as our contract for our reading difficulty screener. We are now, just about 1 year later, we are literally in the start of the implementation, the first implementation of that reading difficulty screener. And we thought it would be important for you as a board and people at home who are listening to just know a little bit more about what it is and the implementation. And so Dr. Myers-Miller, take it away.
Good morning. Good morning. I am here as Mr. Moskovitz shared to uplift where we are in the implementation of the Amira reading difficulty screener. I would like to say that I come before you today on the backs of some really hardworking and dedicated task force. So what I will bring to you today is the hard work of Lisa Worsham, who has been our lead in this process, who is a program administrator in our office. But also the task force includes members from our elementary division, so Jamaica Ross, Nicole Jackson, and it also includes members in in OSSS with Vanitha Chandrasekhar, and also other members of the research team, and also supporting with special education. So this is a collective effort of putting legislation to actual rollout and application. So I do want to make sure that I uplift them because they've been working hard over the last year. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. So how do we, I'm going to take you through just a high-level overview of the process and where we are. And I do want to say that we are currently actually in implementation and rollout right now. The assessment window opened up on Monday. So in our schools, our students are beginning to move into that process of taking the assessment. So how do we move from selection to implementation? Legislation came down that we will be requiring a K-2 reading screener for all of our students in California. We were asked to look at a series of assessments and using what was given to us, come up with what would be the best solution and support for our students. And so using that approved list, we chose Amira. And we chose Amira because it specifically aligned to many of the instructional supports that were already in play within our system. When we talk about this particular reading screener, the reason why we felt it would uplift where we are is it really supported our structured literacy practices. Some of the panelists, specifically Lafayette, talked about some of the work that has been done in OCIPD around getting reading right. And in getting reading right for 2 years, 2022 to 2024, we really invested a lot in ensuring that all of our teachers in grades K through 2 had a serious foundation understanding of systematic explicit instruction in foundational reading opportunities. And so that was key for us as we began to look at what and how we would support our system in administration. And this particular reading screener kind of just uplifts what we want to be able to support with Board Goal 1. And what do I mean by that? It is another data point that will allow for us to really see where we need to catch students very early on who may need additional support services. I just said that the reading screener is one period of a data point. It is not the end data points. In our early reading, our K2 opportunities, we have several data points. We have iReady, we have FIRSA, we have common assessments, and this particular data set is just another opportunity to really ensure that for students who are showing areas that need additional support, that it is either flagging those specific students. But one of the things when we were working with our consult or our rep from Amira, who has been working with other districts across the state of California, is that when we see a student who may be flagged, that they may need additional support, that it shouldn't be something that's new to us, like that all of our other data points that I just uplifted should already have identified that this is an area that, this is a student who needs some additional support. I also would like to uplift that somewhere in the osmos, this has been seen as a dyslexia screener, and that is not what this is. It's just an early reading difficulty screener. So it is not a diagnosis for dyslexia. It is not a special education evaluation. It is simply another data point to help us make sure that we are really supporting students who are showing early reading difficulties. And the reason why that is important is because we know that the earlier that we get to students who are having some difficulties with being able to put all of those pieces together, the sounds, the syllables, and doing all the decoding and the blending, that we are getting to them at that immediacy before they begin to get more engrossed in more complex texts that you're having to have troubles with decoding and complex text. So that is the importance of really honing in very early and providing those interventions. As I said, it is a support of our structured literacy program. And when we talk about structured literacy, the Lafayette team uplifted one of the components in Scarborough's rope around building vocabulary and knowledge. But if we recall that braided strand of Scarborough's rope, it talks a lot about those early pieces of the foundation. And so the activities, the structured literacy activities that we have our teachers doing with the daily decoding routines, all the work in the syllabication, and all of those things add to very systematic ways of supporting all students across all of our schools, being able to have what quality core instruction should look like in those early levels. And that's really important, and that's why it was important years ago for us to say, if I go to this school versus that school, I'm seeing different levels of what early reading and learning should look like. And so we honed down and said all of our teachers across grades K through 2 would be receiving that Getting Reading Right training. And so it has really been when we go back to the MTSS pyramid, it really is a solid piece of every teacher and student has those same systematic ways of learning that is supporting quality core instruction. Also, when we talk about structured literacy, we are thinking about how it strengthens the whole MTSS process because it's about Tier 1 access. And in that Tier 1 access, everyone has the components around targeted instruction, specifically in foundational skills. When our task force was coming together to really look at how we were going to roll out the implementation of Amira in our schools, one of the things that we had to ensure is that our reading difficulty screener was going to support and make sure that we were not misrepresenting students whose primary language was not English. They wouldn't be getting flagged, and that we would have, or if our students with special needs as far as learning would not be overly flagged as well. So one of the things that we have supported our counselors in training, our administrators in training, and our teachers in training is we have a protocol and a process in which when students who may be flagged and they may be a language learner or they may be a student who has special needs in learning, that they are to look at this process with other data points. So the way it's not just one data point that they would be looking at. They would look at multiple pieces of data and then use the specifics of learning patterns with that student to then move forward to the next level. So I really wanted to highlight that because that has been out in the system a little bit about the misrepresentation of students in EL learners and also students with special needs. So we have a specific process in place to support that, and also the way that the screener is implemented, students take the screener based on the language of instruction. Okay? And if there are, based on the language of instruction. So students in dual literacy program are taking that in Spanish. Students in English programs are taking it in English. If it is deemed that the student, though they are in English program and may need Spanish, it is then given to them in that language. At this time, we do not have additional resources outside of Spanish to support other languages. And so then we use the other data points to support how is that student doing in other areas to make a collective understanding of where that student's level of reading difficulty may be.
Just a quick question with that, Dr. Myers-Miller. Thank you for highlighting what the screening is not doing, and then how do we account for whether it's our ELs or students with disabilities. So I guess the part that I'm wondering about is for our students with disabilities that may not yet have a diagnosis and or an IEP and or an accommodation, given that the screening takes place early, some students which may not yet have a diagnosis or an IEP, how do we account for that if this screening is not meant for special education purposes?
So you might be referencing like a first grader.
Correct.
Maybe showing.
Correct.
Yes. And so when we think about it's part of the MTSS process, that means that we would use other data points, and then we would provide additional tier 2 or tier 3 support services. So that is technically what any assessment is supposed to do. It's supposed to show the level of learning that a student is, their abilities and achievement toward that particular standard, and then use that as the measure for what do we do next when the student is showing that they're not able to. So we would use other data points, but then also provide specific additional intervention needs in tier 2 or tier 3.
And same kind of question for a multilingual learner that has not yet reclassified. Is the screening automatically done in Spanish, or how does that decision get made?
It is based on their LPAC level.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Along those lines, for students identified as at risk on the screener who are English learners, will they be given the assessment in their primary language, Spanish, for example, if they're not on levels 1 or 2? So will they be given that assessment again in their primary language, like Spanish, if they're not at the level 1 and 2?
If they're
they're identified as at risk with the screener.
Well, if they're identified at risk and they are above a level 1 or 2, then we're going to be using the other measures of data that would support additional tier 2 or tier 3 supports.
So they wouldn't be given the assessment in their primary language like Spanish.
Pass LPAC 1 and LPAC 2?
The screener.
That's what I'm saying. Pass the LPAC. If the child is, I'm just trying to clarify, Ms. Lopez. If the student is not an LPAC 1 or LPAC 2,
That's correct.
Okay, would they be given the screener in their, yes.
They will, okay.
Okay, yeah. But I do want to say that it's also used in concert with other data sets. Oh, 2 minutes? Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. All right. And so I just want everyone to be aware of how we have supported our teachers and administrators in being able to do the rollout. We trained our K through 2 teachers. We have trained. We trained our K through 2 teachers. We trained and supported our counselors and our school psychologists. And we also have the opportunity to engage with our elementary administrators in ensuring that they understood the process and all of the pieces related to the rollout. So that is where we currently are in our first opportunity for launching. It's on day 3, and we haven't heard too much noise in the system, and so we are excited about that part. But we know as we continue on, what will be most important is how we will use the data once it comes back and to support our students in success.
Dr. Myers-Miller, Mr. Zaid just pulled up that as of today, 54% of our students have already completed their AMERIS screener in just these first 3 days.
Well, that's awesome.
Just this week, David?
Yeah, started on Monday. It's a very quick assessment.
Oh, I was I was just going to ask about how long the assessment takes, you know, generally.
I think it's
but
15 to 20
a quick
minutes.
assessment.
Yeah. But I mean, it would be interesting to look at what grade level, but yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Thank you for that data point. And that's amazing because when we're talking about our littles, specifically our kinders, it is a smaller group setting, more one-to-one. So thank you for uplifting that. And thank you to all of our teachers out there who are doing this first administration opportunity.
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to the required designated ELD time, that integrated ELD, what other supports will be available to our English learners who are at risk as we receive the reports from the screener?
So currently in our unit guides, all Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions and support services are outlined in the units that support. Outside of that would be in support of Tier 1 instruction in the classroom. Additionally, when the school site, as Mr. Komatz shared, they use the data and then they change how they provide support services to specific classrooms and groupings of students. That is going to be something that each school site will engage in once the data comes back and they know the numbers. So in class, there is an expectation that a teacher uses that data and supports in class, because we want in-class support, but then also use the resources that are given to then provide those Tier 2 and Tier 3 based on the number and data sets.
So it'll be left up to the teachers to determine what other supports are going to give the students who fall on the at-risk. Like our, again, I'm going to be very specific. For example, our English learners, it's going to be left up to the teachers.
The units of study already uplift additional Tier 2 support services, support interventions or activities that will allow for a greater access to Tier 1. So currently, all of our teachers are responsible for learning experiences in the classroom. And yes, it is a core teacher's responsibility to ensure learning for all students.
Okay, so the district won't be providing, for example, professional development for the teachers, right? Different from the professional development already being provided. And so I just want to make sure that if we have the screener, and we are seeing that we have students that are at risk, that we are just like, okay, well, they're at risk, and so, we just move on with doing what we're doing, because they will need additional supports.
Yes, so I do want to uplift that this is one data point, not the data point. And so anytime that there are assessments, we use all of the, I don't want to say battery of assessments, we use, we triangulate that specific data to then provide supports to students. So this is one area, and so if a student is showing that they are flagged in this particular assessment, 9 times out of 10, that the other assessments, they're also showing the same level of performance. And so, yes, then it is the classroom teacher and the respective site to look at data and make responses to that data.
Should we expect that some of these data points may be used to help teachers guide, like used to differentiate instruction, for example?
Yes, anytime that there are data points, we would want teachers to use data to then make adjustments to their instructional program needs. So yes, anytime there's a data set, we expect teachers to use them to support changing and altering instructional practices so that we can better support the students in whom they're serving.
Okay, just to make sure that teachers know that there is we have now the screener, right? And we may be flagging kids at risk, but so then, just wanted to make sure that the teachers, that information is going to get out there to them. So then what do we do, right? How do we support these students? How do we use this data? But it sounds like that's already been communicated to them.
Yes, it has been communicated because it is one of many pieces of data that they use to support making instructional decisions. They use the FIRSA data, the iReady data, just like they uplifted earlier today, the difference between Q1 versus Q2 data, and then they make those instructional adjustments based on that. But they're not just using iReady, they're also using the other assessment. But so yes, they use this other data set to then support making those instructional decisions and differentiation and doing small group instruction, maybe one-to-one instruction. All of those are the expectations in data analysis.
Dr. Myers-Miller, so given that we have all of these other tools and data, and in conjunction with one another, then these things are determined. And I know you're not, using it precise. The 9 out of 10, that 9 out of 10 times, this will also be reflected in other data. Can you give us an example of what this screener then does allow for us to see that our others don't?
So this gives me an opportunity to jump in.
Okay,
So thank you for the opportunity to jump in. So this particular Amira screener is screening for some specific skills. So it will share with us decoding, it'll share with us phonological awareness, it'll share high frequency words, it'll share background knowledge as well as vocabulary. And then it goes into some levels of comprehension in which it's calling structures and reasoning. And so what it does is it will let us know where our students have some strengths, and it will also let us know the specific skills that we need to target. And so a lot of the skills that we need to target are things that are already a part of the trainings that we are doing. So we are already spending time training on phonological awareness. We are spending time on high frequency words. And what Dr. Myers-Miller was sharing is it's not just Amira. We also can see some similar strengths and areas to work on in our FIRSA. And you will recall the 1214 report when we were at Orpeza that began to break down individual skills. So that really lets us know what we need to focus. And if we need to support teachers with additional training in those specific focus areas, then we're able to do that. But hopefully that adds a little bit more specificity as what Amira is sharing back to us. And it does color code it. I just happen to have the dashboard up. So it color codes it for us by student. That allows us to know where to focus.
Rounding out the complexity to that is this meets a state requirement for every district. And so the state requirement doesn't take into consideration what districts already had. So credit to the team in the room, as well as many others who were involved, teachers, classroom teachers, and others who were involved in the decision around Amira, because it does present a potential opportunity around shifting assessments. And so earlier today, we heard a couple of comments about how many assessments that we're hearing from teachers. There are too many assessments. Here's the complexity. This meets a compliance requirement, and the potential as we think about the monitoring calendar from boardroom to classroom is, can Amira actually take the place of FIRSA or parts of FIRSA to then diminish the amount of time spent on FIRSA if Amira can meet that requirement? So lots of complexity below the surface that without good questions like you're asking wouldn't reveal themselves.
Can I quickly ask, how will the results be communicated to parents?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to. I'm sorry. So all parents will receive a report that will be mailed home. We've already have all the letters communicated, ready to go in multiple languages, and so all parents will receive a letter with the results for their children and kind of explaining what it is and some of the next steps.
Okay.
Yeah, so parents, thank you, Mr. Zaid. Parents will actually be able to access those on March 27th.
Okay, I think I just want to make sure that our parents, and including some of our educators, don't see some of these results as students maybe that we need to refer over to get assessed, right? Especially our English learners, which is why I asked if they were at risk but not at level 1 or 2, if they could still take the test in their primary language. That was responded, but I just want to make sure that there are safeguards to ensure, again, that that doesn't happen.
I would like to uplift that a little bit more, Ms. Lopez. There was some extensive opportunity that our office engaged with OSSS, which is the Office of Student Support Services, and within my office is also the multilingual office. We really spent a lot of time with the Amira rep in ensuring that our protocol process around possible over-identification of a language learner and a student with possible special education needs and language learners themselves would not be over-identified. So we really did engage quite a bit with ensuring our protocol process would support that and how to use it.
Okay, well, if there are no further comments or questions, I want to thank you for that presentation. I think we have a better understanding of what's happening. We're going to take just a quick little break, maybe 5 minutes, because we're already behind schedule. And then we will reconvene with the theories of action that's on the agenda. So real quick break. Thank you. We're already behind schedule, and in order to prevent us from being too much further behind, I think we'll go ahead and get started. So next on the agenda, we have our theories of action, a special guardrail. And so I will welcome our coach, Mr. Greg Klein. He's joining us. I don't know if our millions of viewers at home can see him, but he's joining us. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Baker.
All right, there's Greg Klein on the screen. We can see him and he can see us. Great. So Greg and I today are going to share an opportunity to revisit theories of action. It is part of the student outcome focused governance approach. And as you near your next self-evaluation in April, there was a request to come back to theories of action. So I'm going to introduce the item, share a little bit about theories of action, just introduce you to a couple of the ways that staff have used the concept of theories of action as a guiding roadmap for our work. And then I'll turn to Greg, who will spend time going specifically into theories of action from a board perspective, ending with a set of options around that the board will consider. The option to develop a theory of action, a board theory of action, not to develop a board theory of action at this time, continue developing a board level theory of action as part of the next regular update to goals and guardrails. So this is in service to thinking about what appears in the effective column in the self-evaluation. So as a point of introduction, I'm going to share just a couple of ways to think about theories of action. So a theory of action is a clear strategy that connects actions to outcomes. It's often referred to as an intentional roadmap that drives change or drives actions, those that matter most. And it's also often referred to as thinking about from leadership to adult learning to instruction that results in an improvement in student learning. Theory of actions have they give an opportunity to clarify priorities. They help teams to align to the work. They often describe the why something is important. They detail how the work will lead to better outcomes for students. And then you'll often see in a theory of action some core components. They're in if-then statements, trying to describe a causal chain of events. There's an evidence-based data research about how students learn and grow that's included in them. They often cite specific actions or change to be enacted. And there's usually some measurement by observation or by data. So before I turn to Greg, I want to introduce, and these are in the slides, this appears on page 18 of the materials for this meeting, which is actually a screenshot on the left-hand side of your slide from our strategic plan. And then an enlarged on the right-hand side, the theory of action that guides our strategic plan. So at a very broad level, I thought it might be good just to, I'll read this out loud and for board members to think about. In fact, even from this morning's workshop, all of the different aspects that are in our theory of action that you heard centered today. The theory of action that describes priorities, aligns teams, describes a why, details how the work will lead to better outcomes for students. So the guiding theory of action from staff's perspective around the strategic plan is if we commit to providing high quality instruction and culturally responsive and culturally sustaining experiences, removing systemic barriers to student success, partnering with our community and embracing liberatory mindsets and practices, then we will fully support all students, especially our Black students, to thrive in learning, life, and career. So I hope you can make connections even seeing what our priorities, how we heard teams actually align that actually take us back to this theory of action. And then secondly, how staff thinks about at a broad level, an image that you've seen a number of times before, starting with the if statement on the left that describes if we relative to inputs. So if we enact the strategies and initiatives in the LCAP and the strategic plan, to the center section around outputs, then these changes will result in systems changing, adults evolving, students growing, so that the final part of a theory of action at a broad level, so that what students know and are able to do will be reflected, in this case, reflected in board goals and the goals and guardrails that the board has established. And I might also add in the California dashboard metrics. So again, at a broad level, that if, and then, so that statement. And then lastly, I promise I'm not going to read all of these for you, but on page 18, you actually see more granular examples of theories of action that are embedded into our work to meet goal 1. So from a staff perspective, for example, if all K-3 teachers effectively implement structured literacy instructional practices, then increasing numbers of students will reach grade level literacy standards. The last one on this page is if principals effectively use data reports and collaborative data study protocol with teachers, classroom actions will reflect the needs of students. So we thought that starting just from an overall, the strategic plan and the guiding theory of action of that strategic plan, going a little bit from a broad perspective also to think about how we incorporate the LCAP strategic plan around outputs and then outcomes, and then landing with a few examples that you could look at relative to our work in goal 1 would give a nice jumping off point for Greg then to speak more specifically about a special guardrail theories of action in the student outcome focused governance model. So with that, I will turn it over to Coach Klein.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, board superintendent. Can you hear me okay?
Can we have the sound be a little bit louder? Is there any way to do that? Can you keep talking, Greg? We
Yeah,
can hear you, but
I'll keep, but it's a little quiet. Let me know
better.
if I need to. Okay. Well, good morning. Superintendent, you did a great job, and I know you're behind schedule, so I will add a few more key ideas, but there's not much more to this. So board, hopefully what you're coming to realize this morning after a long monitoring session this morning, which was so fun to get to listen in on, is that your superintendent and staff are operating with quite a few theories of action. And that's very normal. They have the broad level strategic plan level theory of action, and you're getting a glimpse into some of the theories of action just related to board goal 1. And so the framework requires that boards just grapple with even the idea of should the board have a theory of action adopted at the board level? That's the fundamental question. Some boards really feel like they and their school system need that level of protection. Ultimately, a theory of action like a guardrail is just another form of protection, usually anchored in values, particularly values around the inputs of the school system. And some boards learn about theories of action and they hear what their staff's up to, and that's good enough, and that's the end of the conversation. There's no requirement that the board take action. There's no requirement that the board adopt a board level theory of action, but the board should just be aware that where the board does not speak or stops talking, or through written adopted policy, the superintendent, you'll see, does interpret and moves forward as they need to move forward, and that's perfectly fine. So the superintendent already laid out some of the options ahead for you all. If you want to adopt a board level theory of action, the document on the screen actually lays out a 5-step process that y'all can use, and we're happy to coach you through that process. You're definitely not going to do it this morning. Don't worry. You don't have time, and you want to do some work ahead of time. But if you are feeling that yes, the board should have a board level theory of action, we would offer that 5-step process as a way to get you there. Another option is, we've learned a little bit. We saw some stuff about theory of action this morning. I know it was brief. And we're good. We're feeling things are protected enough, and we don't need to take this course of action at this moment. And that's also perfectly viable option. Another option that I wanted to offer you all is, your current goals and guardrails don't last forever. And it is very common that during the regular cadence of adopting goals and guardrails, which includes, fresh listening to community for vision and values, that is a very natural point in a board's work to consider at that point, based on updated community listening, should the board have a board level theory of action. So that is another kind of natural point in time. If the board didn't want to move forward too fast right now, that you would have that opportunity when it comes time to update goals and guardrails, kind of as part of their natural cadence. And then the board may have other ideas. You maybe want to, you have another plan of how you'd like to do it. So before I turn it over to you, Madam Chair, to just lead you, I would recommend you just have a brief conversation or ask other questions. What is the fundamental question? What does the board want to do, if anything? There's no right or wrong. Is just to remember that the structure of a theory of action is those if-then statements. We gave you some examples. Your superintendent gave you some examples. Some theories of actions have a single if statement. Yeah, one slide back. Thank you. 2 if statements. Some have 3 if statements. You have options. But fundamentally, like a guardrail, these theories of action also protect key values for a school system, just using a different structure. Not the superintendent will not structure. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair, to lead a little conversation about what you and your board colleagues would like to do moving forward.
Thank you. So I will open it up to my colleagues. Mr. Otto.
I read through these materials, and I think it's premature for us to start coming up with a theory of action for the board. There's lots of stuff going on, and we don't need to do that right now, and we will be better informed, especially if we're going back out, as we have been, to the community to see what they think about our goals and guardrails. So that's the way I'd like to go with this.
Do we have any other input, or let me ask this. Is anybody feeling like we should go ahead with a separate board theories of action, or are we satisfied with the theories of action that we've seen in this presentation? Or is there something else we'd like to consider? Another avenue we'd like to consider? Dr. Benitez.
In answering that, Madam Chair, I would just ask, page 18, Dr. Baker, and I understand it's not a complete list and it's just for one goal. Where might one find the full or complete list as they relate to board goals?
So actually, our team is working to prepare with them, probably in the next 6 to 8 weeks, for all of the board goals, a board version where you can see each of the theories of action. It's taking us some time because we're also adding budget to those theories of action. So I think as you entertain the adjustment to the monitoring calendar, we'll also have all 4 of the board goals ready to look at with their theories of action.
Thank you. So then with that in mind, whatever time frame we're talking about, I would agree that I'd like to wait to see that, and then maybe have a follow-up conversation at that point on whether we want to adopt one or whether we think those suffice, and explore our options at that point.
That makes sense to me, because that comes down to, let's say what we have, let's see what's being covered. Is there something we feel like it's not being covered that we want to address?
It also makes sense because this is the first year to bring in all of the guardrail monitoring reports, like the first full cycle of those. And as Greg really nicely explained, this is a special guardrail. So if you see the community's values represented in the guardrails that exist, along with the monitoring reports that we're bringing to you, then it may also inform not wanting or needing to have a special guardrail at this moment.
So if there's no objection, the way that we will go forward with this is to take a wait-and-see approach on a separate theory of action for the board.
I think Greg has his hand up.
You have your hand up. Sorry, I didn't.
Just
look
one
up.
more thing, Madam Chair. So what I'm hearing is the next step will be we'll hear more from the superintendent on this topic in 6 to 8 weeks. I just wanted to be clear, the threshold on this is kind of low when it comes to the framework in terms of accomplishing this item as part of the self-evaluation. So I would say, as a coach, I would say you all have considered adopting a theory of action at this moment of time. You've not chosen to do one at this moment. That's perfectly fine. And so I just wanted to clarify that you will, I would say you have accomplished this matter, but it can still stay on your implementation timeline to be revisited. But just want to make sure that was clear.
Thank you for that.
So are you saying we can give ourselves the points for that, Greg? Is that what I'm reading? Or
Hey, you
understanding?
decide. I know you're facilitating next month. That's your call. I'm just letting you know how one little thought on it. That's all.
Thanks.
I'm also glad that you're on record saying that, and this is not a matter of opinion. He's on record saying that. So as we do the next evaluation, we absolutely will give ourselves points for that. Did you have something to add?
Well,
No.
I was just going to say, I think he's advised us now that we don't have to do anything.
Absolutely. Well, no, it's not that we're not going to do anything. We're not doing anything right now, but that it will remain on the timeline. And also that timeline is public facing, so people can keep track, and we can also keep track, and it'll be there for us later when we need it. So without any further objection, I'd just like to thank everybody for being here this morning. We've heard some wonderful school teams. We've heard from our coach, representing a lot of the good work that's taking place in the district. So thank you, everyone, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock for our superintendent search work, and then also again at 5 o'clock for the evening meeting.
Here at 1, Diana?
Yes, here at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. We are requesting that everybody use the microphones because we have translators, and it's easier for them to hear when we're using the microphones. And I know you're used to doing that, but I just thought I would give a little reminder. So this afternoon, we are here to talk about our superintendent search. And since you are the ones who are leading us, as it were, I will hand it over to you, and you can get us started. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, board members. Pleasure to be here again to go through the next phase, if you will, and the next steps of the superintendent search process. I'm going to begin by referring you to the so-called agenda, or the item that you may have in front of you paper trail-wise, that refers to the initial meeting and our discussion items. Do they have those, Patricia? Yes, sir. Yes, doctor.
Oh, thank you for that reminder. So we do have another member of our board that you haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, and that would be our student board member. So,
Good afternoon. I'm Chimnazmet Marinwala, but most people call me Nasa, and I'm the student board member for the 2025 to 2026 school year. So lovely to meet you all.
Pleasure to meet you. Senior, what school? McBride. Outstanding. Thank you. Again, I'm just going to quickly refer to this particular sheet that is, I believe, available in your packet that was provided to you. It is the discussion items that we'll talk about today. And we want to begin just by, again, bringing to your attention that this is what we're going to follow today as far as kind of a lineup of items. The first one, open session, number 1, discussion, action, and review of the search process is what we're referring to. Number 2, the designation of a board's liaison as the spokesperson for the board. And I might add that that is typically Madam President. And so if that is through consensus still the case, we would want to make sure that should we have a quick question, should we have an inquiry of some sort, we would relate that question to you, Madam President. It does not mean that the balance of the board is being communicated to. That is always the case, but there might be a quick inquiry of some sort. So if that's the case, we want to check that off.
Yes. Excuse me. Yes, I think that would be fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. Number 3, we have, and I've spoken to Patricia, Mrs. Avila, a number of times here to confirm that our executive assistant has sent the templates and the guidelines and all of the information regarding our next steps, whether that's the district website, whether that's the guidelines and templates. And Patricia, I know that you and I spoke this morning earlier, and that's been the case with Mrs. Linda Harder, our support staff person. We will also receive from Patricia, Mrs. Avila, the number 4, your email addresses, and if I might add, your cell numbers as well, as you will have ours available with you as well. Number 5, if I may, we want to begin to discuss the use of input from the board, the community, staff groups, and the online survey results in the development of the position profile or position description. We will talk a little bit more about that in a moment, but at some point in time, we will ask the board to approve the position description that will be generated and created after all the survey results are in, after all the stakeholder content is in as well from your education partners. That gets compiled into the position description. Prior to having that position description available to any interested applicants, we want your approval on that. Typically, a position description will describe those characteristics, skill sets, and experiences that you desire most and that your public and or stakeholders desire most. So it really is a nice combo and a balance of that information. Having said that, though, I believe you also have available to you, if I'm not mistaken, is the template that we provide or example of educational partners in Community Forum. It's this page that we'd like to ask the board to add to that list those stakeholder groups, those organizations, those individuals that you would like us to add to that list itself.
Dr. Verdugo?
Yes, sir.
Pardon the interruption. I don't believe that we have that sheet in our packets. I don't see it. Oh, in our board packets, not this copy that we just got today. No. Got it. Okay. Never mind.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And what it is, are these are simple examples, and if you have that available in front of you there, you can begin to see this is a bit of a laundry list of who we typically will reach out to. However, we do want the board's input as to adding to that list accordingly. So there may be, although this is just examples, we're going to be meeting with a wide variety of these folks, and then we want to capture who you also think is important for us to speak to. Okay, you have yours. I don't. Okay. Does the board have that information in front of them?
I personally don't have that information in front of me, but I didn't bring my binder.
If I may, so
back.
the board, the packets that were sent on Wednesday did not include that information. We did publicly post it, and we sent an email on Friday with that additional information. And so we'll make copies right now of that information. I think the only thing that did get copied that we handed out to you today was the list of the stakeholder groups. So we'll get that list to you.
And I'll have a little bit of a diversion, Madam President. We're going to have Patricia make copies, and I can jump to another item on that one discussion item page. What we can do is go to that final bullet under number 5 and get an indication from staff and or from the board, particularly now languages that you would prefer or like to have those surveys in. I'm assuming Cambodian?
Yeah, Khmer and Spanish. And I don't know if there's any other major language.
I don't know if it's major, but can we add Tagalog? We do have a population of.
We can add whatever you'd like.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we do have most of the languages that you might suggest. There may be one or two that we don't, and so we would work with district staff to obtain that translation process.
Who might be the best person to give us a breakdown of what, let's say, our top 5 languages spoken in the district? Who would we go to for that information?
Could be pulled up right now.
Okay.
It's typically also whatever you mostly send your own communications in. So, yeah.
I am intentionally holding off on the online survey dates. We do have the specific languages and perhaps might acquire more rather. I did mention, of course, that the position description will need to be approved by the board prior to us posting it on our webpage. And beyond that, we blast that out to approximately 1,500 individuals who we have contact with. So that being the case, we can, but that is available. I believe that has been given to the board. Let's go to number 6, the timeline.
All right.
Sandy?
Thank you. I believe you received the newest revision of the draft timeline. Mm-hmm. Again, this is a draft. It will allow us to be able to conduct every portion of this process with the aim of concluding the process and having whoever it is that you select to be your new superintendent in the seat by July 1. We can adapt this however you'd like. We want to make sure that it's something that you and your community feel very comfortable with. If you take a look at the timeline, starting with March 18th, you'll notice in blue the initial meeting with the board, that's today. The board will determine the characteristics, skills, and qualities desired in the new superintendent. We'll publicly announce the timeline and procedures. And those items that you see in blue italicized text are the items that the board will directly participate in. All the other things will be the heavy lifting that leadership associates will do on your behalf and the behalf of the community. Below that is the online survey dates. So we appreciate knowing exactly what languages you want that online survey to be available in. The online survey will be available to everyone in the entire, all of your staff, parents, students, community leaders, community members, everyone that has anything to do with Long Beach Unified will be asked to respond to that online survey. So that way, this process will touch everyone that has any little inkling of care and concern for the kids that you serve in Long Beach Unified. So the online survey, we expect to have an enormous turnout of responses. And when we have all of those, all of that data collected, we'll provide you with the raw data, and we'll also provide you with a summary of the data, and we'll collect the major themes, which will be very, very helpful. That'll help us in the development of the position description, which is an important recruiting tool. We want to make sure that those leaders who are going to be in the candidates, in the pool of candidates, reflect the needs and the desires of Long Beach Unified. So that whole process starts with today with the input from the board members, as you are the elected representatives of the community, to be able to tell us what you think is going to be most important for Long Beach Unified going forward as far as the type of characteristic skills, technical professional skills, but also personal qualities that you really value for Long Beach Unified. The next item there's weeks of March 30th through the 3rd. The four of us and one of our other colleagues will meet with whoever it is that you want us to meet with, and that goes back to this list that Patricia is having copies made for you. That list, you have it now. Thank you. That list. You can delete things on there. You can add groups on there. We want to make sure that this is absolutely 100% very inclusive. The most inclusive part of the process is the online survey. That'll be posted on your website for 2 weeks, or we can go longer if you prefer. The groups that we will meet with, we'll meet with them however you want us to meet with them. Typically, we provide options for people to meet with us via Zoom, in person, and in person could be here at the district office, or it can be a combination of district office for people who are here, and we could go out to particular high schools that are kind of hubs for the communities that you serve and do in person there. We're committed to 100% inclusive process and transparent process, and we know that those are in sync with your values. So that list we'll get to that after we complete the timeline here. That list will be really important for us to know who it is. Typically it's representatives of your classified staff and certificated staff, administrative staff, parents, students, community leaders, community members. Anybody else, business community, people who have a real interest in Long Beach Unified. So during the weeks of March 30th through April 3rd, and that'll be a very intensive time. It's also a very enlightening time for us, and we'll ask the same questions of all of those groups as we will ask of you at the end of the meeting today. And that again is, what are the characteristic skills and qualities that you desire in a new superintendent? We'll ask all of those folks that you've asked us, that you will identify for us to reach out to. And those questions will also be asked on the online survey. So it's the same feedback that we're going to get from everyone that will be incredibly helpful as we continue in the recruiting process. March through April, we will all identify potential candidates who are in sync with the feedback that we get from the board and from all of your staff members, parents, community, students. That's why it's so important to conduct that, get that feedback prior to the recruiting process, so that way we can identify candidates who are a good match. We'll also, during that time, have the development and posting of all the recruitment materials and the position description. Once we have received all that data from the online survey and all the input sessions, we'll provide you with an executive summary. We'll provide you again with all that raw data, but an executive summary with all of the common themes, and then we'll ask for your input on that position description before we post it. April 13th and 20th are the 2 dates that we've identified at this point in time to run the ads in EdCal. And as David had mentioned, we have 1,500 subscribers to our website, leaders throughout up and down California who are who get that information right away from us. And by the way, we just want to thank you so very much for selecting Leadership Associates. We commit to you that we'll exceed your expectations. We want to make sure that Long Beach Unified is not only in good hands, but the process is one that you can be extremely proud of. We are identifying a tentative deadline for applications for May 1 that would allow us to be able to get all of the input ahead of time and then start the recruiting process as soon as we get all that information, do the advertising, and then give candidates ample time to complete the comprehensive application. The month of May is the second segment of our process that is incredibly intensive as well. We will complete the comprehensive reference and background checks on all the applicants and everybody who's applied. We're suggesting the week of May 18th that we come back together and we would meet with the full board to review every single one of those applications and review all the information that we've received in our vetting process. So through all of the notes that we will take, we'll share those with you. As I mentioned when we met with you last, we'll tier the candidates for your benefits, so that way, if we have, 60 applicants, let's say, or 30 applicants, whatever it might be, you're not going to have to do a deep dive on every single one of those. You can if you'd like, but there will be some that really will, as we've done this many, many, many times, hundreds of times, there are some people, interestingly, that apply for a position that really have no business applying for the position. They would not have the capacity to really do the job, especially in a place, a large urban like Long Beach Unified. So again, it would be completely up to you. You can look at every single one of them. We'll provide every single one of those applications to you, but we'll tier them so that way you'll know through our vetting process those that are the best match for you and Long Beach Unified, and what folks have to say about them that have been currently working with them, that have worked with them in the past. And we'll make sure that we touch base with people who are not just the 5 on their list. They'll have 3 letters of recommendation that you'll have to read, and then they'll have 5 other people that they will identify for us to call for reference checks, and then we will also, through our networks and through the networks of all of our partners and Leadership Associates, find every bit of information we can on these candidates, so that way we can share with you who it is that you have the option to select. So at the end of that meeting, during that week of May 18th, then the board would decide which of those applicants you'd like to pull up for an interview. And then we suggest that June 6th would be the date of the interviews. That would be a closed session, and that would be an all-day meeting. Typically, we have, if you select, let's say, 5 or 6 candidates to interview, those interviews would take place in the morning, and then the board would deliberate after the interviews and decide which 2 you'd like to bring back for a second round of interviews. And at the end of those second round interviews, then the board would deliberate again and decide who it is that you want to select to step into this incredible position for Long Beach Unified. Following that process for the interviews, then the board can, it has happened in the past quite frequently, not as much in more recent years, but it's up to the board if they want to have a validation process. And if you want to have a validation process, it's kind of like a WASC accreditation, where the validation process comes in just to make sure, you know, everything's exactly the way you want it to be. If there's a validation process, that typically includes a couple of board members going to visit wherever the person has come from, to talk to board members, to talk to union leaders, to talk to parents, to talk to student leaders, to talk to whoever it is that you want to talk to hear what this person is like day to day to day. That's the what typically is involved in a validation process. And then on June 16th, we would suggest that you could have at your it has to be done at a regularly scheduled board meeting. You would approve the superintendent's contract. One of the things that we do, which with each of the candidates that you have selected for an interview, we give them what we call a contract parameters worksheet, and we'll determine with the board. The board will let us know what the salary range would be. So that's very, very important for us to know during the recruiting process. We don't want to have any surprises for you or for any candidates. And that contract parameter worksheet makes it very, very, makes for a very smooth process for your legal counsel and for the board president to sit down and work out the fine details of the contract. It'll include all the major portions of a superintendent's contract, so that way it'll just make it a faster process. Certainly don't want to pass up any of the details. You know, all those details will be attended to, but it just makes it a easier process for everyone. And all of that would mean that you could have your new leader start on July 1. So again, this is a draft timeline. We can adjust it however you'd like. It's what a typical timeline that we have used for school districts, including large urbans. So we appreciate hearing your feedback and see if there's any questions or any things. We do know that April 6th through the 10th is your spring break, so we want to be cognizant of that. And as we mentioned previously, it'll be the four of us plus some of our other colleagues that'll help us out with recruiting and vetting. We're a very tight team of all of us partners, and we all help each other to make sure that we find the very, very best pool of candidates for Long Beach Unified. Any questions on the timeline? Yes.
So just a quick question regarding the flexibility with the timeline. So appreciate all the detail and thought that goes into this, but from time to time, I'm sure changes need to be made to the timeline. Can you share with us, in your experience, which phases of the timeline are the ones that tend to either get changed or extended? An assumption that I have is the community stakeholder input. If we, for instance, submit to you a robust list of 100, right, that may affect the timeline, right? Is that the primary one, or can you give us other examples of when there might need to be some adjustment with timeline?
You're exactly right. In my experience, when we've had districts that have asked us to reach out to an enormous number of groups, then we have to bring in some reinforcements and help us out from our team members. But it is a very critical piece of the entire process. So we want to make sure that voices are heard. We want to make sure that no one feels like they've not been a part of the process. Sometimes, some people might feel like they're being annoyed by being reminded repeatedly about don't forget to submit to the online survey. But it is a process that's incredibly important to the final outcome to make sure that there's widespread involvement.
I do have to ask, so as we go through this process, I just want to make sure that this process is very transparent. At the last meeting when you presented, I asked if there was a recent example of a search that you were conducting or have conducted that was criticized by the board, and nobody could come up with an example. But when you worked with Fresno Unified, the board president there was accusations of the process being rigged, and then I want to make sure, and that some of the leaders were also coaching some district staff. So I want to make sure that as we go through this process, it's very transparent, and that we do have the guarantee that something like this is not going to happen, because it was disappointing for me to have asked that question and then come to find out that there had been history there.
Asked, we responded sincerely, and we really thought about that a lot afterwards. We thought, that's a very curious question. And then afterwards we thought, okay, so the only thing that we can possibly think of is Fresno. Fresno is the only place that that we have, as a firm, actually had to withdraw. So it was a very complicated, extremely complicated process. And actually, I think Dr. Beckler might be able to speak to that, because he has some intimate knowledge of that situation.
I think even Fresno, and I can't think of any district that does not want to have a transparent process. And Fresno was a little different situation. The board had the option of choosing 3 types of searches that they wanted to choose. They unanimously selected one. There was subsequently then a board election, and a new person came on who was the president, who became the president. And there was widespread disagreement between the board president and some of the other members. And so it just kind of went from there. We had numerous conversations with the board in closed session, and ultimately we felt it in our best interest and their best interest if we step back.
And I do have to ask, so was there any, because some of these articles that are out there will state that there was some coaching of some individuals in this process. And I just want to make sure that that's not the case, that not anyone in your team or someone that your team may know is coaching or guiding anyone in this process.
We do not have a executive leadership development contract with Long Beach.
Can I go? If I may go back to your question about the timeline, the thing that drives some of this is when you want the new person to start. So you can't probably have a month of input if you want to have somebody July 1. You have to put some limits on that. So it's not that it's not flexible, because it is, but it's really, you're right, the timing for the input is what drives some of it. But if you extend that a long time, then it moves other things. So that's where we try to keep the input sessions kind of tight in terms of a time frame, just because, I mean, we always want to give as many people opportunities. Some people don't choose to do that, but we also know that you also have an end game. And so that's part of what will drive that part of it. So,
another point that's, I think, would be helpful with regard to the input sessions. We do have want to try to have people be concise in their feedback. But if there's a group that feels like they still want to share more, we give them our email addresses and say, share whatever you want to share with us. We want to make sure that we provide to the board the feedback that their community wants to share. So there are ways that we can get around that to make sure that we stick with the timeline, and also ensure that people's voices are heard.
You just made me think of something else, and if it's too deep of a dive into that area, I understand, because we're not doing the community input yet, but will part of the process provide to the board all the notes from the community input, or just the summary notes, or arranged notes? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the entire executive summary will contain all of the data that we've collected from a wide variety of folks that you affirm that you'd like us to speak to. I think the other thing, if I may, Doctor, with regards to the timing aspect of the stakeholder input, is that we really value the coordination between us, our executive assistant, and your executive assistant, including your technology department, so that it is pretty tight, as Peggy mentioned, and that we have ahead of time a strong, very strong sense of who we are going to speak to, what day, what 30 minutes, literally starting at 8 a.m. till about 7 p.m. if that was required, and the fact that there's 4 of us, including someone who we recruit to help us, is, I believe, doable. But I think the other thing is the competitive aspect of this timeline is important. There's a number of searches that are taking place currently or will eventually pretty soon, we understand. And so we have a competitive edge by either approving or sticking to this type of timeline accordingly.
And one of the things, thank you for that. So here we are, right? The first phase of the superintendent search. Things that come to mind that may impact the timeline through no fault of anyone. Some of the groups that are already on here and that I'm thinking of, I'm sure my colleagues have a ton of others, possibly only meet once a month, let's say, as a group, right? So timing of when we get to which group also has broader implications, right? So important groups, and I'll mention one as an example. Our Special Education Community Advisory Committee, right, only meets once a month. And if we wanted to be genuine and authentically engaging, they meet in person. Right, and they already have their scheduled meetings. So things like that come to mind in terms of if we want to make sure to be as inclusive of our prioritized stakeholder groups. Everyone's important, right? But at some point we have to have a finite list of who we're engaging. Those are the kinds of things that I'm thinking about out loud, just viscerally, that would potentially impact the timeline.
Over the last several years, one of the things that we've seen begin to occur is that parents and community members had less participation in the groups, but there was an uptick in the filling out the survey that goes out. And you'll find that the survey becomes almost the document of choice. And that should be, I think we'll have a tremendous outpouring for that, but all that information you'll see, and it will be very helpful.
And the fact that the board is inviting these groups or individuals to participate in this process means a great deal typically to those groups or those individuals. So they may make arrangements accordingly to make sure that they're part of that. But as Kent mentioned, that survey really does suffice quite a bit. I would like to ask if, after you have reviewed this, and I'll look to my partners for a moment, is there a approval of this timeline, or is it going to be required to dig a little bit more?
I think we have a question here.
Yeah, hi. Nice to see you again. Are you a team out of Leadership Associates, or and are there other possible people? What I'm interested in is, will this be your only assignment during the course of this, or would you want to bring other people on, or what's your intention with regard to that?
It's definitely my only assignment, but because of the extensiveness nature of the input sessions, we are looking to bring on Dr. Sandy Lyon, one of our partners in Leadership Associates, to help us with the input sessions and probably with the vetting process as well, because those are the two most labor-intensive portions of the process. So I don't know if that was the question that you were.
I think I asked you a pretty bad question. What I really want to know is, will Leadership Associates be taking on more tasks like this?
Other searches?
Yes.
Let me, so Leadership Associates, we have about 20 partners who do searches, 15 partners who do searches. So people are doing all different kinds of searches. So that's as a firm. But as far as the team goes, right now, this is her only search. I think this is your only. Finishing one. I'm finishing one. Well, David and I are finishing one. It ends Saturday, 5:30. So we're finishing that one on Saturday. We have one search that David and I are doing that's a targeted search. It's a redo, and we're just doing only select candidates. It's very simple search. Other than that, right now, I don't have any other ones. I think you might have one.
As Peggy mentioned, we're finishing up Fullerton School District, Elementary School District, this Saturday with their interview process. That targeted search for Norwalk La Mirada, which is quite different. And then my only other commitment, but I've already checked in terms of cross-checking those time commitments to our time commitments here is Azusa Unified School District, a one high school town. So it doesn't have the same expansiveness, I guess, as Long Beach.
And it is not unusual, particularly for all of us to be doing in the spring, because it's the busy season, to be doing 3 or 4 at a time. But right now, we're not. This team's not. So.
And Azusa is well on its way, Mr. Otto. There's no any interruptions or hurdles to contend with.
Do we need a formal vote or consensus on a timeline?
It's a consensus is fine. Yes.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Member Lopez, Member Otto, are we good with this timeline?
I guess my question is, so we have this timeline, but there is flexibility in it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Is that the answer, yes?
Yeah, I think the approval of the timeline is really critical for us to get kickstarted, if you will. But if there are some adjustments down the road, that's certainly applicable.
The main one for you, honestly, are the meeting that we would have in the week of May 18th, where we would be reviewing candidates. So, because the rest of it doesn't really involve you, we're doing it. So the week of May 18th would be one, and then the day of the interview, if that works.
Yeah, it does. It wouldn't involve the board, but perhaps, as Mr. Benitez stated, there are community groups that we may want to make sure beyond the surveys were interviewed, right? And so that's where my question lies, in that flexibility.
Yes.
Right.
And we've always made ourselves accessible to those sidebar opportunities and conversations with your stakeholders. By the way, on the June 6th is a Saturday, by the way, just FYI.
June 8th.
Oh, I'm sorry. June 8th.
No,
Referring to the interviews.
Oh, okay.
June 6th.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Dr. Baker, when is our graduation schedule?
Graduation starts the week of June 8th with our Sato and CAMS, but most of it will occur the following week.
Okay. That's the only minor thing we'll be competing with that week.
Actually, I'm wrong. Sato starts the week before. Yeah, the 5th.
Oh, so the bulk of them do take place during that week?
The
Dr.
4th
Baker?
is Sato and CAMS, and then the bulk of them take place the week of June 8th. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So sorry, just to clarify, here you have the time the consultants confer with community and staff, weeks of March 30th to April 3rd. Would that be 2 weeks, or is it just those dates?
No, the whole duration of that time.
So from March
So-
30th to April. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Sure. Thanks for the question.
Okay, so are we all good with this timeline?
Yes.
I think we're all good with this timeline.
Thank you.
If I may, we're going to revert back to the board affirmations of the educational partners and community list, those examples that you have in front of you now. I think we had those printed out for you. If you wouldn't mind taking a quick look at those 15 that we have, and then we want to begin to capture, and we may ask Patricia's assistance on this just in terms of capturing that, but nevertheless, we'll write those down. Other groups that you believe are going to be really critical in that process.
Well, off the top of my head, we can add some of our district parent groups like CAC. That's for our students with IEPs and disabilities. We have a group for Pacific Islanders, and I'm blanking on the name of that group. EONA. Educational opportunities.
That's Native American.
Oh, okay.
Native American.
Okay. But, and then okay, then that one too. It's always alphabet soup with all the acronyms. We have Sankofa Parent Village. Sankofa. It's SANKOFA. Sankofa.
Thank you.
I would also like to add YMCA. We partner with YMCA, the Assistance League.
What was that last one? Sorry. Dan.
Assistance League?
Okay. So would they go, well, would all of those go under the partner, the community partner, number 13?
It could generally fall under those, and we wanted to make sure that we were capturing
Okay.
the specific
Okay,
names.
got
I
it.
know we may end up reverting to staff to get more specific information about them, like when they do meet
Sure,
or when they might be.
Sometimes it's helpful to combine some of those groups
Mm-hmm.
because they're community partners and they're doing similar kinds of work. It might be the Boys and Girls Club and the YMCA, those kinds of things that might be good to be together. So,
And Member Noala, did you have an addition? I have
Yeah.
a couple more also.
I feel it's particularly important to center student voices while doing this. As student board member, I'm part of the Superintendent's Advisory Group, RSVP. And I know we have, those are typically for high school students across the district, but I know we have that on a different level for elementary and middle school as well. So I was hoping you guys could meet with those students specifically as well.
If I'm going to be interrupted, it's for a good reason, and that's a good reason. So thank you. Let's see, also to add, there's a group called Latinos in Action. Also, Kumai Girls in Action.
I'm sorry, what was that one?
Oh, Kumai, Khmer. Centro Cha, and that'll be CENTRO, and then capital C, capital H, capital A.
Might
Lulac
it be
Long
easier
Beach.
for some of these groups for us to forward you? Because I have like 20 community groups, so that's why I'm like, if we're trying to include sort of a broad umbrella, we can itemize, give us a little bit more time. I was just thinking more of the formal spaces like the District Community Advisory Committee, and I'm not interrupting. I just, I think between us we could come up with 50 groups, literally, that are not explicitly named here. So I would hate to not think of a group right now and then try to figure out which ones we've already provided today, which ones we haven't.
do you think some of them fit into the groups that are listed?
I think
we
so.
could organize
I
them.
think so. So we can organize them by who gets invited to these different convenings.
Oh,
That's my-
sorry. That was going to be my next question. Is it having a session and you are inviting groups to attend? Is that what this is going to look like?
Under community partners, you might have the Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA, those kinds of things that are community partners. But under certificated staff, the Teachers Association. So we would want, if we can get those names, those group names, then we can sort them into what they would fit into. I think between Dr. Brown and Patricia, we could figure out what groups they fall into. I just think if there's anything in specific we don't have here, whether it's your city, is there somebody at the city you want to meet with specifically? That's those kinds of things.
I would say our Long Beach Promise partners,
Okay.
which includes Long Beach City College, City, Cal State Long Beach. I'm missing someone. Is the port still part of the Port of Long Beach? Did I say DCAC already? Is that one of the ones that I said?
It's on the list. It's number 12.
No, that one says DLAC and ELAC. I'm thinking DCAC. DCAC, District Community Advisory Committee. This is for our Title I reps, right, Dr. Baker? Title I school reps.
Another option that we can add, in addition to meeting with all of these folks that you've identified, is to also do 1 or 2 town hall meetings. So that way, anybody who's not able to be at a particular meeting can come to an evening meeting, and we'll be glad to meet with whoever. It doesn't have to be by invitation like a specific group. the online survey is for everyone, and the the 2 town hall meetings could be for anyone, everyone. In addition to the in addition to the individual groups that we'll be meeting with that the board has identified.
And that's number 15,
That's
the
number
community
15.
forums. And as a result of the size of the district, we may have a community forum on your west side and then another on the east side, that type of thing, so that there's availability for those parents who'd like to attend or any community members that would like to attend.
Or staff members or students. It does, it doesn't matter. Whoever would like to attend is welcome.
That's important. That'll be important.
I would say too, your district has already put up a search page on the website, so we already have that to use as access to get information out, and people can check that, so.
And your principals are going to be very instrumental. Principals have such a very tight connection with the communities the particular communities that they serve. So we'll ask the principals through your staff to make sure that the information is getting out to their parents in addition, so that way people don't have to take the initiative to look at the district website, but they're going to get it directly from their school as well, whether it's elementary, middle, or high school.
So under 13, thank you for that. This is all super helpful and makes sense. Under 13, however you end up sort of deciding, Dr. Brown, like who may fit under who, I would have one suggestion. For me, there is a differentiation between partners like the chamber, business associations, things like that, and partners like community-based organizations that are doing work directly with schools. So there may be a consideration, because we have so many community-based organizations, that we don't put them all into one community partner bucket, and just kind of find ways to, at the end of the day, we want everyone's input, but to sort of differentiate what are we hearing from our sort of institutional partners and our community-based organizations, of which many of them have been named here already.
So those subdivisions will certainly take place.
And we do work really closely with your district and with Dr. Patricia to schedule all of this, and so we're kind of really all working together to do that, and that's helpful. And I know you have groups that you already meet with that we can join in on part of, and whether it's Zoom or otherwise. So we're pretty flexible on that part.
Anything else other than, again, perhaps staff providing some of those specific names that Madam President and Dr. Benitez mentioned that we can add to this list?
Can we forward names to our board secretary, and then she can get those to you?
That would be perfect.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us a deadline, Dr. Verdugo?
That's a great question.
Deadline.
A week?
In a room full of educators, no deadline. I love that.
I think a week reasonable?
Week from today, so next Wednesday?
I think the sooner the better, because we're scheduling starting March 3rd for March 30th. So the faster we have the names of groups and people.
It does take time, just logistically, to have staff help us to schedule all these people, and it's really important that we don't want people to be concerned about being informed at the last minute for a meeting. So, thank you, Peggy. The sooner the better.
A week from today is March 25th.
Thank you.
I would say I apologize. I would say the latest, if at all possible, would be Tuesday, March 24th. Tuesday, March 24th. And as Peggy had mentioned, we will work with Patricia and your staff members to make sure that we are in alignment and ready for some of these sessions that will be taking place, either via Zoom or face-to-face as well.
That's the portion of the process that's a bit of a lift for staff in helping us to schedule all of these people. Because if they get a notification from us, they don't really know us. They're going to say, but it'll go to the bottom of the list. Yes.
May I offer some input and a question? So I'm just thinking about the community groups, and if we're not notifying, if we don't know who the groups are until March 25th, to be inviting people to a meeting the following week. I'm just thinking about input that we hear from community about accessibility, flexibility, and the perception of rushing. And so I wonder if we could think about extending the session for community engagement through the spring break week. Because the other thing that's noteworthy is that April 3rd, the Friday prior to our spring break, is actually a district holiday. It's a date that we recognize Administrative Services Admissions Day, which I think happens in August. But we love the Friday holiday in April. I mention that because when we're on spring break, the community is gone many times, traveling and doing things. So I just want to raise that in the spirit of helping our community feel like they have the ability to participate in a timely manner.
Would it be helpful if we made our deadline this Friday? Would that give us more time? No, today's Wednesday, so give us 48 hours.
If I might suggest, one of the things we can do is we have a number of groups we can already schedule. We have quite a few that we could already go ahead and start scheduling now, because we know they're going to be interviewed. They're going to have time, whether it's the Teachers Association leadership or those kinds of groups. So we may want to just start that part and then leave some of those groups that if we can't get to them right away, we'll have some flexibility, whether it's during spring break or whenever it might be, to catch up on those. But we have quite a few we can get started on, I think.
Right.
It seems to me there's a lot that we can already get scheduled. And I think the faster we get those scheduled, then we can pick up the pieces that we need to pick up.
And it would be helpful to have 48 hours, if that's not too much trouble for the board, to think of anybody else. You know, we know that you don't want to leave anybody out, you know, and just remember between the online survey and the town hall meetings, no one will be left out.
So, because you don't have anything else to do, Patricia, of course. I think it would be helpful if we could be provided a shared folder so that we see the running list, and then we can see who's already on that list and just add to that list versus all of us sending us the same organizations. If we're going to try to get this 48-hour turnaround, my suggestion would be give us all shared access to who's on our running list of community-based organizations, so that we can just add, and then those can be forwarded to you as they come.
So it's my understanding that the goal then is this Friday, March 20th.
Yes, that's the goal. This Friday, March 20th, and that should give us time to either, check our connections and go through.
I think we need a little more. I personally would need a little more time than that to not only contact people and learn, not only assemble a list, but contact people to see what it is. I'm not asking for another week. I'm asking for 48 hours between now and Friday.
Actually, we're just providing names for the list. We're not actually contacting anybody.
I know that, but in order to get those names, we got a lot between now and Friday to do, and I would like to reach out a little bit to see if the people that we're talking about are have ideas of their own.
Do you mean you'd be checking with people to find out who else we should be adding to the list?
48 hours, I think this is a very important thing. I know we can add to it later on if it comes to that, but I would like to give us till Monday.
I think if you want it, that'll be up your decision, but then we can start working right away with your staff to get some of the groups already scheduled then, if you need a little more time.
Well, should we move it to Monday then? How about Monday? Okay. 23rd. Monday the 23rd. Well, I think we're going to have to settle on a compromise. Monday the 23rd.
If we're going to err on the side of giving community more time, I think all of us up here would say, give us a few more days.
Okay, so
Sure.
Monday, the 23rd.
Certainly.
Sure.
Okay.
And we'll get going right away on all of those that have already been shared. And then that way, you know, if there's others that come to mind from the board by Monday, that would be helpful. Because we do want everybody to be a part of this. And we also want to make sure that people have ample notice before the meeting's scheduled. Thank you.
I'm going to revert back to the original list or the items that were up for discussion. Sandy had already mentioned a variety of the dates, and we selected the languages that the survey is going to be in. The timeline has been approved, if you will. If the validation process and the individual selected is from Hawaii, we'd like to go with you. I'm joking, okay? But she did mention number 8, the contract parameters worksheet. In terms of number 7, candidate recruitment, that's just basically there to inform the board that we do have a presence, that we do blast out to 1,500 individuals. We have already started to get some inquiries from us directly, by individuals who are inquiring with just basic questions at this stage or at this point, because this meeting is so important for us to take on the next steps. As was mentioned, we will receive a copy of the superintendent contract. That is important. The board, again, will need to contemplate the salary range and have that perhaps available over the next 2 or 3 weeks and make that available to us. By law, we have to have that salary range on our position description. And please, go ahead.
I'm sorry, there's one thing on the timeline that probably you need to be thinking about. I don't know that we need an answer right now, and that's the week of May 18th for you to meet with us to go over the candidates. And that's about a 3-hour meeting. So at some point, you know, you'll need to pick that date or look at those dates, because we need to schedule that. That's when we would share all candidates. You'll make this decision on what questions you're going to ask and also what candidates you want to interview. So that particular week and picking a date for that is kind of important fairly soon, I think.
I was going to say, Dr. Lynch, we have a board meeting that day. But if I'm understanding correctly and I'm reading the notes correctly, this is a closed session meeting, so we'd have to figure out how to make that work.
Yeah, and it's a week, sometime during that week.
Okay.
Yeah, whether it's attached to your regular meeting, that's your decision, but some people just do it a special meeting separately, and it's, you know, it starts at 9 in the morning and it goes till noon. I mean, that's up to you, but it takes about 3 hours to get through everything. So.
Peggy, would you like to dive into number 11?
Sure, why not? Okay, so now's the important things. No, it's not all important. But we want to spend some time with you talking about 3 things. The characteristics, qualities, experiences you want to see in the new superintendent. What should they have done? What should they have been like? Personally, professionally. We want to have you talk to us what you see as the strengths of the district and what you see as the challenges. So we'll be asking all groups these same things, and when you see the ultimately finished document, it will have all of this information from all the groups we meet with, plus the online survey, okay? So we're going our trusty guy over here, we're both taking notes as we do this, and we'll see who's the fastest typist. But we want to spend time, first of all, on those characteristics, qualities, experiences. You know, we were talking about sometimes there are candidates who really don't meet the criteria. So, for example, we have people who, you know, apply for our positions who are principals, and they want to be a superintendent. They probably don't have the level of experience that's going to make them be a successful superintendent. So we want to really get into those kinds of characteristics. So.
Dr. Lynch, there's a question about the last point that you made. Given your vast network and you shared with us that through your process, yes, you'll contact the 5 or whatever number of references, but that you'll also check from others, because, you know, inevitably I'm going to ask folks that are going to think are going to say good things about me, right?
Sure.
How process-wise would you let this board know if there were issues and or concerns raised about a particular candidate that on paper may be in that highest tier or first tier? What is your process for that?
And that's that special meeting the week of May, where we would go over what we have learned.
Got it.
And we do take a look at candidates and say, you know, these people match really well. They might be what you'd call like a tier 1 candidate, but these people are good, but maybe they don't have everything that these people do. And there may be people that are a tier 3 because they're a high school principal and they want to be the superintendent of Long Beach. Or we know something about their background from the vetting, or you know, they've been fired out of their last 2 jobs. Yeah. So we'll have, but that's that closed session. Okay. So, it might be easier just to go one at a time and have you each give like 2 or 3 things you want to say about what the characteristics, and then we'll add to it as we go, and we can get everybody in. Does that work for you, Mr. President?
I think that works for us.
Bless you. And perhaps, if I may, Madam President, just give it a little bit of a catalyst or some examples in terms of we desire a superintendent who understands the social, emotional needs of our students as well as our parents, who understands the demographics of Long Beach Unified School District, who has had experience in a similar school district, has been a classroom teacher. These are just examples of what might the board refer to in terms of what you desire most. Those skill sets, those experiences, personal and professional, those characteristics, that type of thing.
Would it be okay if I started off?
Sure.
For the last few years, we've embarked on a journey with the governance model of student outcome-focused governance. And this has been a complete shift in everything that we do. So for me, it is important that we have somebody who has knowledge and experience with student outcome-focused governance. It is what we focus on, not just the board, but the superintendent, all staff, into the classrooms. This is what we're doing, and this is how we're doing it. So for me, that's huge, is student outcome-focused governance. And then very close to that would be our support of our excellence and equity policy. We have a very diverse community that we value. So I would need somebody who would uphold those values. So those are 2 things that I'll share.
So in addition to, so I check off both of those. For one of them, I'll just add one layered nuance. Experience being successful in advancing those board goals and guardrails that President Craig had referred to. So it's one thing to uphold and reflect values. It's another thing to be successful in advancing, concretely around our established board goals and guardrails. The 2 that I'll add are I'm trying to think of the action verb here that you all are asking for. Exemplifying the core values that are in our Vision 2035, and I'll reference so that you can get them right off here, Dr. Beckler. Page 12 and 13 in our Vision 2035 have a list of like 6 or 7 core values that we've already spent a lot of time and effort identifying. And then we have a system portrait on page 31 of this very same document that lists what our adult portrait is. So again, for me, the exemplifies is demonstrated through successful experience in advancing these things. Those would be my 2 additional.
For me, definitely deep expertise in instructional practices. Our data definitely reflects that we need to work in that area. and then the ability to address the learning needs of our students, including our special ed students, our English learners, and our gifted students. And I think very important, they should be able to support and inspire district leadership, the teachers, and the staff, and be very available and accessible at the school sites and to our parents and community organizations.
Building off of Dr. Benitez. Yes, okay, so sorry. Building off of Dr. Benitez, we, as students, from a student's perspective, we would really love a superintendent who embodies our graduate portrait. Particularly, I want to highlight is a champion for students. In the last few years with Dr. Baker, we've had a lot of initiatives to center student voices. And having had that, it would be really, really impactful if we were to lack it all of a sudden. So that's really important.
You want to read them off for us?
Sure. I can read you the adult portrait from our Vision 2035. Champion for students, equity-focused change agent, positive and resilient professional, adaptable and reflective lifelong learner, empathetic communicator, empowering facilitator of learning, creative and critical thinker, community-minded and collaborative leader, all of which are very, very crucial to the students of our district.
Examples of what I'm going to call multiple adjectives that also describe leadership accordingly. So we'll capture those. If not already, we'll certainly go to the information that's available to us. Outstanding.
What I would add to that is that I think that education has changed a lot very recently. I think that the decision makers are in places like Washington, D.C. and Sacramento, and so I'm in terms of qualities, I think we need somebody with experience in that realm. It's a political realm, but it's not just political. We've got many decisions are being made for school districts now in the courts. And I don't think that means you have to hire a lawyer, but at the same time, you've got to have a sophistication about how all those things go. And that's a whole new dimension of the leadership of a superintendent would be, like I said, you don't have to be a lawyer, but you need to be able to familiarize yourself with what's going on and where the decisions being made. Old guys like me say it all changed when they passed, in '78, when they passed Proposition 13. It all moved from bankers and people like that locally making decisions to Sacramento. And it's changing more and in a much more sophisticated way. And for example, I would add to the labor people that we've identified, statewide labor union people. The local ones are fine and they're important and they understand things locally, but the big picture in labor is coming from other places. So that's off the top of my head.
Thank you.
I think also a successful track record as a leader. And then it would be great if they could have some experience or have experience as superintendents of a school, of a district.
I would add a demonstrated commitment to defending and fighting on behalf of or advocating on behalf of underserved communities under attack, very directly. And the attack, you all can qualify or contextualize that, but I think explicitly our communities here in Long Beach, right? So it's specific to the communities under siege, attack, threat, however we want to convey that. And so with that in mind, and I've seen some of the other characteristics, and thank you for providing some examples. To me, it goes back to not just being able to articulate those values and that commitment, but having demonstrated, I think the word Board Member Lopez used, track record of standing up when the going gets tough through action, through policy, through budget decisions, through student outcomes.
Also, the ability to foster collaboration among staff, teachers, administrators, and the school board, right? So this person or this candidate should be supporting of culture of teamwork. I think that that's going to be very important as we're looking for someone.
We can just open it up now, just kind of popcorn it. Any other?
I think that's what we're doing. So I'll go ahead and keep that trend going. I would say we need somebody who is familiar with overseeing a budget and a large budget and has an understanding of their fiduciary responsibility.
And then someone who could prioritize, and I think it's been said, like equity, inclusion, and diversity, and it's has a good understanding of data and what programs need to be in place to help improve student outcomes, and really can relate to the communities that we serve. That can relate, that can talk to, that can feel very comfortable coming into a meeting to meet with parents and community members that we serve.
If there are other items that come to mind, let's say this weekend, please feel free to contact Peggy or I and share those with us, and we can add to this list of desired characteristics that we have. And that's not to end this process, but would that work? Okay, excellent. We want to next go
Because
to...
also, by the way, you also have a board member not here, so we need to get his input as well.
Yes. Yeah.
And if it's helpful, we can, I'm sorry, if it was helpful, we can also reach out to him individually and talk with him, so.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of individual, you may have mentioned this in your presentation. Again, my assumption is that any of us have the individual ability to reach out to you, ask questions, check in, share thoughts. What would be the process for that?
I think right now I've been the main contact with the district, so it can be me, and then if it needs to go to somebody else, I'll do it.
But I will add that you can expect, the trustees can expect regular updates
Right.
and outreach referring to where are we at in any one step or process, things of that sort. If it's okay with the trustees, we want to switch now to district strengths. We'll start with Madam President, but what comes to mind? What are you most proud of? There's a wide variety, of course, in Long Beach Unified. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But it could be a program, it could be a dual language immersion program, it could be a CTE program, it could be your guardrails and so on. But what comes to mind when you think of strengths?
Well, as soon as you said that, the first thing that popped in my mind was having a student-centered system. We had a presentation this morning from high school, middle school, and elementary school, and they all talked about how students are centered in their educational progress. And I've been with the district quite a while, and I think my most proud moments are when students are centered in decision-making. They are present in every part of the educational process. Not down to, but including having a student board member. At all of our board meetings, we have a student representative that gives us a report about their school and what they're doing as far as school is concerned. So for me, it's about not just saying that we're all about the students, but actually walking the walk, not talking the talk, but walking the walk. So I'll start the conversation with that.
what's working well, what you're most proud of.
Strengths.
Strengths.
So I want to be out of line, but so I think we've expanded dual language programs, and actually that should be something that we should also be looking at our next superintendent that really understands dual language programs and supports them. But I think that definitely in that process is highlighting the value in being a multilingual, learner, knowing more than one language. So I think that that's one of the big strengths that we have here in the district.
Other board members?
Strength, a respect for diversity of perspectives. We have some amazing community partners, community-based organizations as a strength. We have an extremely committed staff at everywhere from the school site level through our central offices. I think we have some, as a strength, I'll call them this, foundational pillar policies that unequivocally state, I think, what all of us are conveying, whether that's our excellence, or equity and excellence, excellence and equity, or excellence and equity policy. Thank you. I referenced our Vision 2035 plan, but there's other foundational pillar policies. We just expanded our community workforce development agreement, to Mr. Otto's earlier point about our partnership with labor, and not just our educational labor partners. So I'll pause there.
I'm sorry, you said respect something, and I missed that one. Respect for.
Respect for diversity.
Respect for
Okay,
diversity and
that's what I thought,
perspectives.
but
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll have to go back, Mr. Lieutenant, and watch the video.
Respect for diversity of perspectives. It's a beautiful.
I will add that we have people that are invested in not just our school district, but in the community. And we have people who have been around for not just a long time, but generations. There have been so many occasions where I talk to somebody at a high school because they're an administrator or a teacher at this high school, the same high school they attended as a teenager, the same high school their parents went to because that's where their parents met, that type of thing. So it's that little hometown feeling that's special to Long Beach. I'm sure other places have it, but this is what I'm familiar with. And I see that as a strength because people are invested and they want to see the district succeed as they have been able to succeed. They want to have opportunities for their own kids as they had opportunities. So I think that's one of our strengths also is our people as our greatest resource.
And a long, long history of that. I don't know how many people I've run into who were coached under Coach Ford at Lakewood High, and they're still providing stories of contests, things of that sort. They're very proud of that fact. Other strengths.
I am particularly proud of our district for continuing to center and uplift our underserved students and making sure that they are prioritized and focused in everything that we do, every goal that we make, and every decision that we make as well.
I will add to that and say that our one of our biggest strengths is our unduplicated count. So our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, our students in our foster system, and our emerging bilinguals, this has all been shared. But I would caveat it in this way. There may be a perception that we are poor economically, but I think our asset as a district in recognizing the gifts, the talents, the wealth in our communities, not just from a sociocultural perspective, but from a knowledge and talents and skills and gives perspective is our strength. That even during the toughest times, and we're not the only district in this, that commitment to advancing the public good for our students is unwavering here. And I think that our strength comes from the very communities and students that we serve, which the state and the federal government count as, economically poor or disenfranchised or minoritized. But we actually uplift that's our biggest strength.
I'm sorry, Mr. Otto.
I would I'm trying to see how to phrase this, but the Long Beach Unified School District has always been able to work not just with the city, but to, in my first public meetings, right after the pandemic, I would watch on the TV what was going on at other school districts and how people were upset because of their policies and whatnot. But at our meetings, people would come down and say, well, we trust you and all that, but we have some concerns, but we really do trust you. And the history of the school district is finding ways to come together to be all-inclusive. Everybody, and there's not a lot of infighting. I'm not saying it very well, but it's being able to keep that. There's so many great institutions here in town. We've got an aquarium that's very, very successful. We don't. This is not meant as a slam on charter schools, but we don't have many. And that's not because we fought them off. It's because we didn't need them. And the people in Long Beach didn't feel that we needed them. So,
well, some of us had to fight them off, Mr. Otto.
Okay. But I can think of a half a dozen examples over time where things have come together in Long Beach because it's Long Beach and because it wants to work things out. In the school district, I said it at lunch today, Long Beach Unified is the glue that holds Long Beach together.
Mr. Otto, we were reflecting on that just for a moment in our earlier meeting about the fact that you've got the port, you've got the airport, you've got the aquarium, you've got the city. It's that statement about the glue that keeps Long Beach together, and certainly the trust that you mentioned as well, and the higher ed, of course. Outstanding.
Okay.
Just added to that, Mr. Otto, so I would highlight, as part of what Mr. Otto just shared, our educational partnerships is a strength, right, with Long Beach City College and with Cal State Long Beach.
With your permission, board members, we're going to now ask what might be some of the challenges, which, of course, may be as important as you prioritize those or as you begin to list those. Challenges we'd like to capture as well.
So we have disparate educational outcomes and inequities around educational opportunities for specific subgroups of the groups that were mentioned here. Do you want me to go on the granular level of which groups, or okay, yeah, for our most underserved, underperforming groups?
And so you're referring to our achievement gap.
Well, I would say achievement and opportunity.
And opportunity. Thank you. Yeah, achievement and opportunity. Member Lopez?
Yeah, so challenges is meeting the needs of our English learners, of our special ed students, Black African American students, and Pacific Islanders. So I think that we have challenges there that need to be addressed.
Another challenge is language justice, language acquisition. So challenges around interpretation, translation, accessibility.
Athletics. We have a storied reputation as a producer of great athletes in lots of different areas, swimming, football, basketball, and all that. And yet, with the changes that are coming to athletics at the high school level, it's an enormous problem. But it's got to be dealt with, and it's not a school problem. It's not a Long Beach Unified School District problem in and of itself. But I've been looking for a way out, and I'm not sure what it is. Somebody has to be familiar with that, or be able to assemble a team of people to provide creative solutions to what's is ominous on the horizon.
I would say currently one of our biggest challenges is the budget. We are currently deficit spending, and that is a big challenge because that affects everything and everybody.
I think we have the remnants of a segregated Long Beach. So, we just mentioned that we pride ourselves in our diversity, but our the whole cities and parts of the cities that we serve, because we're unique, right? We're not just serving city of Long Beach proper. We're serving Avalon, Signal Hill, and Lakewood. So I would say that we are still addressing the inequities that came from a very segregated history. So although we pride ourselves in the diversity, we are demographically segregated across our district.
May I ask a question on the budget? I assume that also has a reflection of some declining enrollment.
Absolutely. There are a lot of things contributing to the budget situation, declining enrollment being one of them. Since 2020, we have 10,000 fewer students. And as you know, there are probably a lot of school districts that don't even have 10,000 students. And we've lost 10,000 students since 2020 alone. And then another big issue that we have is attendance rates. Also going back to 2020 with the pandemic, we haven't recovered from that as far as attendance is concerned. So that affects our ADA. And there are a lot of contributing factors for that as well. But those two things, we have rising health costs, our contributions for PERS and STIRS, those, special ed programs. There are a lot of things that are contributing to an increase in our expenditures, but our revenues aren't keeping up. So I hope that answers the question.
Other challenges that come to mind that are immediate or down the road?
Closing the opportunity gap.
Mm-hmm. As was
That, I mean, it's been said, but I think that is, that's really at the top of that list.
Okay.
It's been a big, big challenge.
Peggy, anything else?
I'm good. I'm sure you guys will give me your notes and I'll figure out why I got them all.
Can I ask a quick just reflection question from you all? Are you hearing anything different or unique here and versus other urban listening sessions that you do?
No, I think the declining enrollment is pretty universal, actually. And since the pandemic, I think in particular that the attendance rate, those are kind of clear.
There are a few districts that are not experiencing that.
Yeah, not too many that don't have it.
The world is different post-pandemic, and the political polarization. There's a combination of major issues that are making things much, much more challenging.
I was just speaking to the superintendent of Paramount Unified. When I was there, we had 17,000 students. They're down to 11,500. So that phenomena, that declining enrollment and the fiscal issues are impacting practically every school district. I think the exception might be where there is more land. So for example, Elk Grove, which is currently the 4th largest school district in the state, has a lot of property to be able to expand on and build schools still. It's more of a rural area to a certain degree with a suburban and sometimes different kind of setting or environment. But what you're feeling is being felt by any number of school districts throughout the entire state.
I'm good.
I think one of the things that, with respect to the budget, that is different than the recession is that it's been 14 years now since the education community has gone through cuts. So you have a generation of leaders and generation of superintendents that have never gone through budget cuts. In addition to that, during the recession, the cuts were even across the board for all districts. So everyone was going through budget cuts. So with respect to labor, you could look next door and you'd see the same thing occurring. These budget cuts will be uneven. You might be cutting and your neighbor might be giving a salary increase. And that will continue until we work our way through this. So the budget's a very real and serious item.
And I think it's particularly important as you're looking for your new leader. Somebody said, you know, that has some experience managing that, because nobody likes to cut. But the fact of the matter is, if you're declining that much, you probably have to do some stuff. I know you have a plan, development of a plan, which is helpful, but somebody coming in is going to have to really think about what that looks like, because as Dr. Beckler said, most leaders haven't had to go through that right now. So I'm good. I have everything I need.
Well, that ends our session with the board, other than perhaps closed session?
Or if they have any questions.
Or if you have any questions, absolutely. Any questions?
No, I'm just sitting here thinking, you know, one of the things we probably, at least I failed to say, and just remind us that we are serving almost 60% of Latino population. And so, you know, as we look at the leader that is coming, just super important that that leader understands all of those that we're serving, but again, we are serving 60%, just about 60% Latinos, so that they should have a good idea as to how to work with our Latino community.
Thank you. Please.
This was more. So sorry. This is more of a wondering than a question, really. You guys will be engaging with community from March 30th to April 3rd. Because we have so many community groups, my hope is if you were not able to get to them, maybe you could possibly consider getting to them immediately following spring break.
Thank you.
I would just add, I don't know if this is challenge, strength, everything in between. I may have mentioned this again during your presentation. I'll say it's a strength, but with this strength comes a challenge of we've had 3 superintendents in 35 years, right? Very unique, I will say.
Especially in a large urban.
In a large urban in Long Beach. So what that is, how we contextualize it, there's big shoes to fill, high expectations, but also a shift that we are not just demographically not the same district that we were even with this current superintendent, but that our values and priorities may also reflect that we have cultural shifts as well in the system. I'm speaking here.
Yeah, that cultural proficiency, if you will, is extremely important in that understanding of that aspect of the diversity of a community. And diversity can be a challenge, and it can certainly be a benefit, an asset.
And I would say, to echo what President Craig had began our conversation with here today, that the culture of our system really does look different. And it's not a better or worse here today.
Okay.
Very good.
Well, I want to thank you. It's been a great conversation. Honestly, the time has really flown by. And I think, as a board, this is one of the most important things we can do. So thank you for guiding us in this process.
We appreciate the opportunity, and we're 1,000,000% committed to you.
Okay, so we will adjourn for now, and then our, closed session at 3:30, and then 5 o'clock back in this room for our public meeting. Thank you, everyone. Oh, what?
Just for clarity, we are seeing you at least for the first part of closed session, or are we not doing that anymore, Jeff?
I don't think that we need to at this point.
Okay.
So there's an opportunity now in between for any individual discussions that
Okay.
you may want to have, or meet and greet, since we've got some time now.
Thank you.
Okay. Just go into the.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, for sure. You mean-